I'm just going to go ahead and skip through the intro today. Just get directly into it.
Not the
If you want an intro, listen to a previous one.
I would prefer to have an intro, but like, I'm so out of practice. I mean, only a month and a half I've been gone from doing this, but it's thrown me completely off. Anyhow,
understandable.
We're back with this is part 6 of the recap of the Dawn Company campaign. And this is session 83 that we're beginning with. As always, we have the characters Ashley, Aurora, Celeste, Guidance, and Wander in the party. Stonehoof has not yet joined the party. He potentially soon. Creature.
I loom in the future.
It's true. And and as always, we're joined by the players of those characters today. Not that that's unusual. All right. Enough procrastinating. This starting with session 83, Countdown to Beach episode. The session opens in Canterkeep with the party still processing the fallout of their sudden public recognition. The city's festival atmosphere is bright and busy, and while the party should be enjoying it, everything about their recent weeks makes relaxation feel unfamiliar, almost suspicious. Still, Grimoire's schedule has a rare gift built into it, 2 full days before a departure. So the party decides, or the party gets, to take 2 full days of rest. Sort of.
Sounds familiar.
I like how there's Anne pretending to be normal in parentheses there.
2 days of rest.
Very good.
And pretending to be normal. Canterkeep passes quickly, partly because the city is distracting, and partly because the party has been running on survival instincts for so long that even fun feels like something to schedule. Let's see.
Not just like real life.
Yeah.
Yay!
Let's see. Wanderlust has become more willing to try unfamiliar festival foods. Fuel. Unfamiliar festival fuel. Ashley, Celeste, and Aurora follow through on the idea that they let's see. They go out drinking. Going out drinking using Celeste's disguise to get away with it. Because she'd be the most recognizable here, it seems like. Or at least in Celeste's mind, that's the case.
Imagining being a hero.
I believe my thoughts at the time was my family could recognize me as if me, the random new pony that's hanging out with all of these known heroes of like, gee, I wonder.
Gee whiz.
I mean, you know, heroes tend to adopt people pretty often.
True.
I don't know how often it works out for the people they adopt, though.
Let's see. In the middle of this downtime, Aurora receives a letter from home. Let's see. Carries some meaningful news. Princess Celestia has left the country again, off to some unknown destination, leaving stewardship of the nation to Luna for the time being. It's something Celestia does quite often, in fact, traveling out for diplomatic envoys. Let's see. Totally not setting anything up.
Yeah.
The days pass quickly, and soon the day to leave arrives. Let's see. Oh yeah. I think I have that still on here somewhere. Let's see. A large formal carriage pulls up to the inn in Canterkeep that the party is staying in, and the ponies pulling the wagon or carriage. Hill and Dale introduce themselves and tell the party of the plans of travel, going to Withers Beach, where Welara has arranged lodging for the night, and then a ferry in the following morning. Celeste's mildly bitter about having to wear armor again after tasting freedom of moving around unarmored through civilization.
What?
That's what it says. I don't know. I don't recall if that's actually... That doesn't sound like Celeste, but...
No.
Right.
I feel like Celeste would be like, I feel bad. Where's my armor?
Let's see. Wanderlust greets the carriage staff with full friendly sincerity and then immediately begins asking enthusiastic, highly specific questions about how her carriages even work.
That does sound like Wanda.
Yes.
It does.
Ashley keeps things smooth, polite gratitude, good manners. I mean,
Yeah, it sounds off.
yeah, we're going to skip the rest
Sounds
of
like
these.
a role Ashley could play.
Ashley could absolutely fake any social role that Ashley chooses to fake,
Yeah.
but
When in company, why would you?
let's see. Hill boasts that their safety record and speed, or boasts about their safety record and speed, but there's faint honesty beneath it. These two don't seem to deal with excitement often. Aha.
Yes, I remember I was making a big deal, at least out of character, that like we have to pit these people's like history of good speed and smooth sailing with our party's absolute bullshit magnet.
To be fair, they've come
Will
out,
you balance our bullshit?
they've come out on top.
And they succeeded.
Yeah,
They succeeded.
Fantastic.
We had smooth sailing.
right. Wanderlust tries to warn them the kindest way possible that the party's presence has a tendency to attract the bizarre.
Oh, I did it in character as well.
Yeah. Dale looks mildly unsettled at that. Hill, with confidence of a stallion who thinks luck is just another form of professionalism, assures them everything will be fine.
Dale has more sense than Hill. Got it.
And yet Hill has been proven correct so far.
That's fair.
Let's see. The ride, an unnatural level of smooth. Thank you, GPT. Once aside,
No, I agree with it on that one. That's
I just like they put it in as like a subtitle.
Yep.
Okay,
Once,
the sun is out. I'll be back in 5 minutes. But continue.
Okay.
Continue.
Fair enough. You gotta shut windows to try to hold in the slightly cooler air of the night.
yeah, no, I absolutely get that. Once inside, the party finds the carriage is far more comfortable than expected. Spacious seating, a table between the benches, and enough stability that reading and writing might actually be possible. The stability turns out to be not a coincidence. The ride is so smooth that it raises suspicion. And Aurora confirms that the carriage has been enchanted to reduce jostling and improve comfort and travel efficiency. Let's see. The interior becomes a small pocket of calm. Aurora takes advantage of the stability to copy spells from the spellbook into a spellbook, getting real academy work done in transit. Celeste finally, blessedly, has a chance to sit and read without needing to keep one eye on the horizon. Ashley produces a deck of cards and performs quick, precise tricks, turning the carriage into something almost like a traveling lounge. Actually, I believe Ashley was doing a tarot reading, not just making tricks.
I do vaguely recall tarot happening.
What's that?
I said I do vaguely recall tarot happening.
Yeah. Wander shifts between watching the scenery, peeking curiously over the shoulders to observe the book ponies, and then fully committing to being Ashley's most delighted audience. Guidance remains close, but there hints something uneasy in the way he lingers and moves. guidance, really?
Mm.
It's one of the rare moments where the party feels like a group of friends traveling together rather than survivors marching towards the next problem.
I don't trust it.
We can fix that.
And we'll fix that.
After only a few hours, the carriage stops and the world outside changes. Salt air, warmth, sunlight, and the open shimmer of the sea. Withers Beach is small, almost absurdly quaint for a town that supports a dock large enough to host proper vessels. The dock looks like infrastructure meant for more traffic than the village's size implies, making it clear the place exists for a specific purpose. It's specifically here to act as a stopping point on the ferry travel to Kresh, and whatever trade and official movement comes with it. Hill and Dale confirm the route. A ferry runs between Withers Beach and Kresh twice daily, once in the morning, once at night, repeating the circuit with reliable regularity. Let's see. They also confirm Grimoire's lodging arrangements. 2 nights paid, 1 now and 1 on the party's return. Party's attention shifts inevitably towards the beach itself. Ponies are already out in the water, playing and splashing, and the whole place has a carefree energy of a seasonal retreat rather than a strategic waypoint. Yeah, no shit. It's a fucking beach town.
I mean, it's a beach town, and not only that, but it's a strategic waypoint to Kresh. Like, I would just do my best to forget that that's a part of the thing and just live it up as
Right?
You're not getting a lot of economy out of that.
Let's see. Careful observer might notice something subtle but telling. Guidance Shadow does not sit at the same angle as the others. Yeah, because he is the shadow. Okay. The inn and tavern is exactly what a seaside place should be. It's worn in that way that implies age and constant use, but loved and maintained rather than neglected. Natural decor covers every surface: nets, oars, coastal ornamentation. It's almost like a sea-signed inn or tavern. The innkeeper greets the party like she already knows them. Let's see. Yeah, Grimoire set up their stay in advance, so of course she knows who they are after their arrival. Let's see. And then comes the catch. Each room has 1 bed.
There was only 1 bed.
What catch? I don't see it.
There's only 1 bed. The party doesn't need to say the problem out loud. They all feel it immediately, and Celeste, in particular, seems grimly convinced that Grimoire did this on purpose. Would she?
Immediately and without remorse or hesitation.
No, she would never.
Would you ever ship your adopted niece?
I mean,
Yeah.
if she's this clueless, someone's got to.
Rooms are more comfortable than expected. Storage, wardrobes, big windows facing the beach, and curtains embroidered with starfish patterns. So those curtains that create the most unexpected... let's see. Right, okay. Celeste takes a moment to examine the design, recognizing the species, and explains it to Ashley. I think, yeah, Ashley specifically, she was explaining it to. There are celestial starfish and lunar starfish. Bright yellow starfish and dark blue. Let's see. One of those moments where Celeste gets to flex her knowledge about the world around her, rather than,
Nerd.
rather than, just using it to survive or hit things with. With the room secured, food promised, and the day still young, the party's mood shifts to something nearly foreign. Anticipation for rest. A beach, a meal.
Nearly.
Nearly. A beach, a meal, a quiet evening, a chance to walk under the stars instead of under threat. Okay.
Really hammering this point home.
Yeah.
Would ChatGPT?
Yes. The
Also,
downside.
I actually think that was something we really hammered home. Like, we were not subtle about that in the actual session either.
No, but GPT likes to say it in such a way that's so. Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Wanderlust's decision and Guidance's dismay. As the party settles into the idea of a calm day, Wanderlust makes the announcement that defines the end of the session. He intends to try swimming. Guidance reaction is immediate, even if mostly silent, pure disapproval wrapped in protectiveness. Wanderlust, being Wanderlust, trots off towards the sea anyway.
Foreboding.
The cat is like, don't do it.
And in the bright sunlight, as he goes, something is visibly wrong in the way that would be easily dismissed as a joke. The party hadn't lived through the stranger things recently. Wanderlust is distinctly shadowless under the summer sun, which is not news to anyone that has watched Wanderlust at any point during the campaign. Let's see. Wanderlust just says that the sun is really bright.
I like how like ChatGPT is like trying to explain why things are happening
And getting it
part
wrong.
of the characters that is well established to the characters.
Well, to be fair, GPT has a very limited memory and
Yeah.
does not remember things past a certain point at any point, no matter how much you like coax it into trying to remember things. It's
Yeah, and
very
it'll just
limited.
make up stats.
Yep, it'll make up stuff and it'll be very confident about making it up.
Yep.
Let's see. Aurora doesn't take the same approach. He follows after Wanderlust, watchful and prepared, because if something goes wrong in the water, Aurora knows he won't be able to simply spring out and drag Wander back. He'll have to solve it with
Yeah,
magic.
you'd need some sort of flying magic pony to do that.
That's the end of session 83. Wander heading into the sea. Which brings us to session 84, beach episode.
Ah, crash.
Crash.
I've
After
heard so much about this place.
Oh, you would love Kresh. It's so wonderful this time of year. After everything the party has survived, after the relentless pressure of danger, responsibility, and the creeping sense the world is tilting wrong, sure, the shoreline offers a pause that feels almost unreal. The next ferry to Kresh won't arrive until morning. For tonight, there's only the beach, the pier, and the soft thrum of waves rolling in like a promise the world can still be gentle. Even Guidance, who seems built to distrust people or peace on principle, is forced to concede one thing. The party has the space to breathe. He does not like the ocean. He does not like the open horizon. He does not like the idea of water having opinions about buoyancy. What?
Oh, okay.
All right.
What?
Sometimes the things GPT says are a gift, and not intentionally.
Hang on, I need to write that one down for posterity. He does not like the ocean. He does not like the open horizon.
We can just copy it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We are writing directly of the thing. No, I want to write this personally.
It's the sensation of
He
typing
does
this out.
not like Wanda having opinions about
Boris meter is a space there. It doesn't belong.
So it said water
No,
having
water.
having.
Yeah.
But
not the idea of water.
that said,
Okay, that is slightly more. He does not have like water, comma, having opinions about buoyancy. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
I mean, in Wander also with buoyancy, it's a valid point.
No, I like the Wanda
There is
version better.
I was gonna say, yes.
ChatGPT didn't put a comma there. It's water having the opinions about buoyancy. The liquid has the opinions.
No, I like you. I like Wanda.
Yeah.
Wanda is forbidden from having opinions about buoyancy.
To be fair, it means he has to have experienced it, so of course he doesn't like the idea.
Exactly.
But the others, especially Wander, are determined to turn that discomfort into something survivable. What starts as swimming lessons becomes an entire evening of chaotic, joyful nonsense.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
Yeah.
I thought it was a morning. Why were we in evening suddenly?
What?
No, nothing. Just being stupid.
Sand, sea, and suddenly foal sitting. The party quickly picks up attention from the local foals, or from the locals. Specifically, a small squad of foals who decide these strange adventures are the best thing that's happened all week. Nightstar and Sunstar,
Oh yeah, we are.
and their unnamed companion, are fast and fearless and completely unburdened by the existential dread that tends to cling to grown mercenaries. They race.
Okay, on the one hand, correct. On the other hand, I don't believe that was specifically brought up.
No. I don't believe so.
This is a suspiciously specific denial. Why did you feel the need to point this out, ChatGPT?
It loves to do that.
It do.
They race along the beach, dare the party into contests, and lead them into small seaside rituals like it's a sacred tradition. Wander, naturally, becomes their immediate favorite. He's the kind of adult... kind of adult? No, he's not.
No.
Wander does not just tolerate the children's excitement, he matches it. He roars like a monster when instructed to. He chases them through the sand with theatrical lunges and deliberate misses. He throws himself into the kind of play that makes you feel, briefly, stupidly safe. Okay. When the foals suggest a sprint from pier to shack and back, Wander doesn't hesitate. He adds just enough magic to make it spectacular, turning a children's race into a blur of sand and laughter.
Haste.
Yeah. It's kind of reckless kindness that doesn't look like heroism, but it is. Okay.
Sure. Let's go with that.
I mean, I can see what it's going for when it says things like that, but like, it's so clunky.
My dude.
Right? Ashley and Celeste, a night that refuses to be anything but real. What? Okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and delete that. That. While Wander is busy becoming an honorary playmate, Ashley and Celeste slide into something quieter. The beach gives them permission they haven't had in a long time. Permission to be close, without it being tactically close. Permission to exist in each other's gravity without worrying what it means for tomorrow. I don't know if that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Celeste, usually defined by her plate mail, plate mail certainty, and the weight, it's lacking commas, and it's throwing me off, and the weight of divine expectation, finds herself actually enjoying the shoreline, the cool air, the laughter, the salt, the simple rhythm of the waves. Ashley, too, tries to let himself have it. He's, let's see. He's not fearless here. He admits bluntly that the ocean unsettles him. Too vast, too unknowable, too full of unseen things that could rise from the depths. For someone who fights horrors with flame, it's a strangely mortal fear. Celeste responds the only way she knows how. She promises to stay close. She promises to keep him anchored. She helps him move through the water without panic overtaking him. Okay. Did they go swimming? I don't recall if they did.
I don't remember. Also,
It sounds cute though.
I don't remember. I say as if I was there.
It does sound like a very cute thing to have Celeste overwatch Ashley so he could try swimming in the ocean without being afraid of the water. That sounds cute to me. Let's see. It's intimate in a way that doesn't need grand gestures. just a little shared space, a hoof held a little longer, a kiss that's careful not to disrupt the fragile peace of the moment. And for once, just once, the world doesn't immediately punish them for it. How oddly specific. Aurora, trying to...
Yeah, I remember every time we've kissed, it's just been a complete nightmare immediately.
Every time you kissed, you get the feeling. Aurora...
I get this feeling every time we touch
immediately in my head.
That's a good song. So.
Yes. Aurora trying to write home without being assaulted by joy. What?
By Joy?
By joy.
By Joy!
What?
What? That's worse!
I'm gonna write home, but I'm not
Those
gonna
are
like
words,
it.
and they certainly are in an order.
I was about to say that's a perfectly reasonable English sentence, but I don't believe it is.
You were expecting a recap of Welara? What you're actually getting is us making fun of ChatGPT for 3 hours.
A little of both.
It is getting worse, I think.
Yeah, because each season is a separate chat that I have to upload the previous sessions in. So it's like feeding off its own excess.
Yeah, when AI starts feeding off itself, you get problems.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Aurora, meanwhile, tries to do something simple. Write a letter. He finds a quiet place, settles in, and focuses on words, on the steady comfort of putting thoughts in order. It's the closest he can get to calm in a world that keeps demanding crisis management. Unfortunately, the foals discover him. They storm in like tiny cavalry, dragging Wander and the entire party towards the scary Pegasus who looks like he's plotting something. Aurora attempts at solitude to collapses under the wave of childish curiosity. At one point, the
I
foals...
refuse to think that they were scared of him.
No, they weren't scared of him. They were more making him the villain of their play session.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, the foals see guidance.
Children.
At one point, the foals see guidance and immediately misinterpret what they're looking at. In their minds, there's only one possible answer. Guidance must be Aurora's pet.
Oh no.
Guidance, who has stalked shadows and slipped knives between ribs. Knives?
Yeah, he's done that.
And become a nightmare.
Knives.
And become a nightmare given form. Finds himself facing a challenge. Finds himself facing a challenge he's entirely unprepared for. A smiled child cheerfully patting him and asking if he's friendly. I mean,
What am I supposed to do in this situation?
it is in its own way the most stabilizing moments of the session. He tolerates it, barely, and survives the indignity.
Barely.
So he says. And the party, every single one of them, gets a rare sound in their memory, laughter that isn't forced. I can't recall them laughing forced.
Ha 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 ha.
You stop that. You stop that or I will ban you.
Ban him, you know you want to.
As the night deepens, the party winds down into gentler tasks, collecting little seaside treasures, comparing the strange day-night motifs of the shorelines, glowing starfish, and talking about turning the moment into something that can be carried forward. GPT-isms. Ashley, with straightforward earnestness, ends up trying to secure enough small ocean keepsakes to turn into gifts. Something sun-focused, something night-focused, something meaningful enough to justify the effort. Aurora offers more...
died.
It's true. Ashley, with straightforward earnestness that defines him. No, I read that part. Aurora offers more practical version of the sentiment. If real living creatures won't survive long out of the sea, he can craft bracelets inspired by them. Or out of them, rather. Complete with a replicated glow, enchantments shaped carefully enough to honor what they meant to represent. Okay.
That was a series of words in English.
So let's put that another way. Ashley went collecting starfishes for a plan that he had to create some keepsake gifts. And Aurora was recruited to help with that by turning the dried starfish into bracelets.
Correct.
Yes. Let's see. Eventually, the beach yields to sleep. Celeste returns to her armor in the morning with quiet, private confidence. Okay. Yeah, sure. The ferry bell rings, passengers board, and Kresh waits on the horizon. As the boat cuts through the fog towards rocky cliffs and jagged outcroppings, the atmosphere shifts from warm nostalgia back into cold discipline of the expedition. Celeste feels it first. She's the only one that would feel it. A migraine creeps into the ferry, as the ferry docks, as the ferry nears the dock, sharp and unmistakable, like magic itself scraping against her senses. It fades as quickly as it comes, but it leaves behind a certainty she can't ignore. A Shatterhorn was nearby. Or something close enough to the same category of wrongness that it sets every warning instinct she has on edge. The party disembarks, and Kresh greets them like a slap. Kresh is not some shining success story the kingdom's narrative implies. It's foggy, broken down, cluttered with discarded objects and exhausted architecture. There are griffins everywhere, yes, but also more ponies living among them than the party expects, woven into the same harsh survival rhythm. Nests loom atop rocky outcroppings. Buildings sag in ways that feel permanent. They're damaged, bro. They're falling apart, bro.
They're old and unkempt, my dude.
Calling it a city would be charitable. It's an extended slum clinging to endurance. I'll accept that. Wander looks around with visible concern, fighting down the instinct to greet strangers with open warmth. Even he can tell that walking into and smiling and friendly here is an invitation to complications that he doesn't know how to solve. The party chooses the cleanest thread of their mission and follows it. The Arcanum Chantry. The Kresh Arcanum Chantry turns out to be exactly what it sounds like, a normal house with a plaque nailed to the door. It's locked. It creaks. Okay. Eventually, it opens to reveal Gentle Repose, a soft-spoken gaunt dressed in the kind of necromantic formality that seems almost surreal against the poverty outside. You get the image of Gentle Repose.
This poor bastard.
I like Gentle Repose, but yeah, this poor bastard.
Then why did you do this to him?
You're asking me.
Have you heard what
Yeah, I know, right?
people do to characters they like?
How could this happen to me?
It's not like half the people in this room make characters just for the sole purpose of torturing them.
Look, I mean,
No idea
to
what
be
you've been
fair,
playing, sir.
like, he's traumatized in his image, so, like...
I make
What's a little bit of
characters to
torture?
put them through their paces and to come out stronger on the other side. Thank you very much.
And then we
A
also
little bit of
create those...
trauma builds character.
Yeah, I'm the one that creates them just to kill them in miserable, horrible ways. Anyway, let's see. Go ask about buttered toast. Let's see. Eventually opens to reveal Gentle Repose, a soft-spoken gaunt and dressed in the kind of necromantic formality that feels like almost surreal against the poverty outside. Sure. And then he lets them in quickly, and then locks the door out behind them with the kind of urgency that says privacy isn't for comfort, it's defense. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I mean, Gentle Repose confirms he's been warned they'd arrive. He acknowledges that they're here to investigate the island's problems, particularly the magical oddities, and he admits with visible strains that things in Kresh have been wrong for a long time. When Celeste asks about the migraines and the Shadowhorn effects, Repose answers with bleak humor. He suffers chronic migraines anyway. He may not even notice the difference. But as the party describes what they've experienced before, magic going haywire than rough, Repose admits Cress's version is different. It's not chaotic, it's draining and suppressive. Magic items sometimes still function, but weaker. A ring of protection still works, but not like it should, for instance. And Repose, grimacing faintly, admits there's a place on the island that where he has never been able to muster a spell at all. Let's see. Repose does not stop at words. He leads them down to the building's basement, to a heavy cast iron door, etched in runes and sealed with more care than most castles. He unlocks it with practice motions, and beyond, on a pedestal, sits something that immediately changes the air. A silver case wrapped in chains. It's not still. It contracts and retracts slowly, like a thing drawing breath. Like something alive that has... alive that has learned to imitate being inanimate. That's literally the opposite of what's happening here, but sure. Celeste feels it hit her senses like a hammer. A miasma of evil, thick enough to feel like it's hemorrhaging into the room. Gentle Repose throws up her protective circles, admits the artifact has been slowly eating away at his wards, and makes it clear he doesn't trust his own ability to keep it contained forever. It is subtle, patient, never too obvious, which is exactly what makes it terrifying. The party's immediate instincts are split between righteous destruction and cautious containment. But even Repose, who would likely sleep better if it were gone, voices the dread truth. If something that evil could be destroyed easily, it probably would have been long ago. They leave it where it is, reinforced behind wards, agreeing to handle it later, closer to departure, and with more information. Before they go, Repose gives them a marked map, the inn, the small Dawn Company presence on the island, and the general direction of the anomaly zone. This, since it didn't bring it up, is the artifact that the company has been sent to collect and bring back to Melonrind at the House Necromancer. Let's see.
We are the worst people to deal with this.
You're the only people to deal with
I
it.
think I did a really
I know,
good job.
we're also the best people to deal with this, but we are the worst people to deal with this.
With daylight left to spend, the party heads east towards the neighborhood Repose marked. The closer they get, the more the world starts to feel wrong. The air loses its vibrancy. Celeste feels the faint tug of the anomaly like a thread trying to pull her forward. Wanda realizes abruptly that something he never expects to lose is simply gone. His link to guidance. Not severed violently, not snapped, just missing, as if the distant self was turned into a wall. So, sure. They find a shack, barely holding together. Celeste knocks, and the door swings open. And the moment it does, gravity shifts like a cruel joke, and the party falls inside.
Good job.
Yoink.
They tumble through darkness and
Every time.
and land beneath a perfect blue sky with soft, fluffy clouds drifting overhead. Beautiful, peaceful, almost idyllic. Then they realize that they're not just displaced, they're stripped. No armor, no weapons, no packs or tools, and not even clothing.
If only you had a stone hoof.
Oh God, we're all naked. No.
The party reacts with shock. The party reacts with shock, anger, disbelief, and a kind of helpless outrage that borders on comedy purely because the alternative is panic.
No, not purely because the alternative is panic, because we're naked.
Oh wait, sorry. It's so my stuff is really expensive.
Noble.
How dare you?
And then another wrongness becomes obvious. Magic feels far away, inaccessible. And Guidance, who should have been a familiar shadowy presence at Wander's side, realizing something worse than nakedness. He's an exact duplicate of Wander, except dark in color. As if this pocket reality had made him a copy and didn't understand what it was copying. In the distance, chimney smoke rises, and somewhere nearby, ridiculously, impossibly, Celeste's sword. What?
What?
Huh? I don't... Okay, I'm going to delete that right now.
I mean, it's ridiculous and impossible, and also not what happened.
Right? All right. Which brings us to session 85, Dream Valley. The party's fall into the unknown does not begin with the door opening. It begins with the sensation of being taken. One moment, there's the real world and its rules, its injuries, its scars, its weight. The next, there's sunlight, forest air, and the quiet wrongness that sits in the gut like spoiled food. That is distinctly not the feeling that was gotten by the session. I'm deleting that right now.
Oh, ChatGPT.
we reached the point where Ken is like, I'm not dealing with this anymore. The bad stuff is getting removed.
I know one thing of that session. I was just Ashley did not agree.
Ashley despised everything that was happening very much, especially, well, they awaken in a clearing of woods with door frames standing nearby. Standing upright, like the remnant of a building that never existed. A shack reduced to the idea of itself. Okay. No walls, no roof.
That's actually pretty close. I'll give it that one.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a door frame where they had fallen through, basically. The party stripped down to nothing, naked, unarmed, and without their possessions. Almost immediately, the unreality begins to press at the edges of their awareness. Their bodies feel too intact, too smooth, too corrected. Ashley discovers something that should not be possible. Signs of past damage simply gone. Celeste feels it too. A life that has left its marks has been politely erased. They have no scars. They have no brandings. They have no scars.
Which is a pretty, like, for those two specifically, is not a small change.
No.
How rude. Touching my body.
Ashley especially was angered by this. Not just mad, furious.
Yeah.
Let's see.
How dare you take my trauma? It was a gift.
Yeah, basically.
I feel like Celeste was more just kind of annoyed, just like, no, my gamer cred.
Even Guidance, whose existence is half made of tension and tooth, senses that the sharpness of the world has been rounded off. I mean, that's accurate here. The forest is quiet, and the way the painting is quiet. The wind moves, but it feels curated. The air smells like pine and like food. That scent becomes the party's first real direction. If this place is trying to keep them docile, hunger is a very useful leash. They follow the smell until the trees thin and they see a small cottage presenting itself, or as a small cottage presents itself. Simple, welcoming, and impossibly convenient. When they try to speak to the first inhabitant they meet, things turn stranger. A mare appears confused by even basic introductions, and then, without warning, teleports away with the unmistakable blink of magic.
That's illegal.
The party,
Why did I get magic here and I don't?
the party watches her vanish and is left with bitter realization that the world may allow magic, just not theirs.
Rude.
With no better options, they approach the cottage door. It slides open. Inside is a greeting room that feels real. Okay. The house is furnished. There are shelves. There are signs of daily life. There's warmth and... What do you mean, GPT? And most damning of all, there is food. What? What's that?
What?
How dare you?
All right, when I say something irredeemably good, when ChatGPT does that, what?
A stew sits out waiting like an offering. Bread and milk, the kind of meal that turns starving travelers into compliant guests. Sure.
I want you to know I'm amused by the fact that there is food. It's still bolded.
I left it bolded.
I know, it's very good.
They hesitate because it feels like a trap dressed as hospitality. But they're also mortals with stomachs, and in the end, they eat. Carefully, warily, with the vague guilt of stealing from a stranger, and the sharper dread of wondering whether the meal is meant to bind them to the place. To be fair, the party was very suspicious of literally everything. Understandably, but they were suspicious.
All right,
Sucked
look,
into another reality again. Yeah, suspicious. Me too.
I feel like accepting food from the Fae is a classic blunder.
Right? In hindsight, all of this suspicion, well, we'll get there. Even the act of eating the food feels like a test. If the food is real, what else is real? If the food is illusion, then why does it satisfy? If the food is a real inside a dream. What does that mean for the world outside it? Sure. They explore further. The cottage contains clothing, simple garments, dresses folded in drawers, as if the place itself is aware of the party's discomfort and wants to offer an easy solution. That's really not what was happening at all. So,
As if it was.
1 second. I'm starting to...
Really has reached the point where Ken is just like, I'm done with the bad stuff. It's getting removed.
Delete it.
I edited the nonsensical... I edited the nonsensical additives quite a bit, making all of these, so there's still so much. It took me a long time to get these synopses made.
Yeah.
As
we thank you for
GPT
your
to do a
sacrifice.
recap, and GPT's just like, I'm gonna make it the fuck up.
Yeah. They explore further, and the cottage contains... the calm doesn't last. As the party travels towards the nearby settlement, the dream begins showing seams. A signpost points towards the village clearly enough, but the direction back into the forest is harder to make out, as if the dream resents the idea of anyone leaving. I don't think... No.
Well, that sign's not going to stop me because I can't read.
And above everything, a rainbow in the sky, fixed in place, not moving like weather should. It hangs there like a landmark. Or like a leash tied
That's how
to heaven.
rainbows work.
Yeah. Believe it or not, rainbows generally stay where they are for quite a while.
So I will point out that in fact rainbows do not do that. They change position based on where the viewer is at.
That's true. But
This rainbow,
Like,
Aha,
the
hold on,
angle-
this rainbow is not doing that. It's not angling. It is fixed.
Okay,
Yeah,
that is weird.
it is literally a landmark. When Dream Valley,
That sounds perfectly reasonable for ponies, though.
it is,
Like,
It's true.
but when Dream Valley finally comes into view, it is too perfect, too idyllic, too small and self-contained. A handful of buildings arranged around a central cul-de-sac, a general store, a few homes, a tiny shrine, and a little garden like something out of a full storybook about nice places. And the party notices...
so what you're saying is,
Go ahead.
so what you're saying is, Aurora feels right at home. This sounds exactly like Equestria.
There even is a rainbow factory right above.
And then the party notices something that turns the discomfort into dread. The locals, let's see, that's not something that turns it into dread. I think GPT is making assumptions. The locals are unclothed, all of them casually, naturally. No embarrassment, no concern, no acknowledgement that the party itself looks like it has been dropped into a social trap. The village smiles anyway. Now, I'm assuming that GPT just assumed that it was talking about people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair.
If that had been the case, then sure. They try to speak to the villagers. They try to introduce themselves the way they always do, but words slide off the townsponies like rain off glass. The locals respond in a language that sounds familiar in cadence and rhythm, but refuses to become meaningful. Some of it is so close Aurora can almost catch it, and then it becomes nonsense again. Half-understood fragments like a dream trying to improvise realism. Foals trot by giggling, sounding bright and cheerful. One of them chirps something absurdly mundane and adult, like a line overheard from grown-ups. Children don't have to pay taxes. It's funny for an instant, and then it's horrifying because because it isn't just a silly line. It's a sign that the dream is assembling dialogue from scraps of memory and cultural noise, then tossing it into innocent mouths without understanding context.
Oh, this sounds familiar, ChatGPT. At
the shrine, the symbols are unmistakable, harmonists. The shape of faith, the shape of faith is present. The iconography is correct. The atmosphere is quaint and peaceful. And yet, the priestly stallion who greets them is wrong in the way the others are wrong, smiling, welcoming, and fundamentally unable to actually receive them. Aurora tries to apologize for the language barrier. Celeste attempts to reach for shared belief. They even attempt to mirror the sound being spoken back at them. It doesn't land. Then something changes. A Pegasus nearby speaks a single, recognizable piece of Welara, just enough to prove that comprehension's possible, and then bolts with supernatural speed. Not fleeing like a frightened civilian, not running like a normal pony, but moving like a creature that can slingshot through the frozen rainbow itself and vanish into the mountains in a heartbeat. I mean, that is what happened, basically. That's the moment the party stops.
That was a poorly constructed sentence.
Yes. Would GPT ever? That's the moment the party stops treating it this as a strange village and starts treating it as a system. They begin strategizing like investigators trapped inside a spell. Who here's real? Who here's repeating? Who reacts? Who is a cutie mark? Who doesn't? Who is a person and who is scenery? Kinda. That, yeah.
It could be any one of us. Could be you. Could be me.
Sus.
That too.
They form a plan to corner a pony that reacts to them, to keep them from escaping. They head towards the general store, exploring. Inside, the dream's hollowness becomes undeniable. A stallion stands at the counter, repeating himself, locked in a loop so total that Ashley's presence doesn't even register. The shopkeeper is the first pony they meet who feels like she has any emotional weight. Annoyance, irritation, the ability to be offended. I don't think that's what happened at all. In fact, the
I was
shopkeeper.
on the top.
I was going to say, in fact, the shopkeeper was flirting with the pony at the counter who was simply repeating phrases. And not, if anyone remembers that at all.
I know there was flirting involved, but...
Let's see.
I know we went inside, and then they commented something like, "Oh, you're like some not a glitch, but you're acting really real," because Ashley was sitting on the counter.
Right, yeah. Ashley went up to sit on the
and
counter.
that's when Celeste pushed her too hard, because Ashley was flirting.
Right, I think it was she was
falling for my trap.
she was flirting with the pony that was at the counter, and then Ashley came up and sat on the counter, so she flirted with Ashley because she thought that she thought they were she thought they were NPCs.
Like a package deal.
Yeah.
Greedy.
Let's see. And that's when Celeste loses her patience and just tackles her. Grabs her, tackles her, and forces the interaction to stop being polite. Shopkeeper reacts like a trapped animal. She curses, she snarls, but she feels real. Okay. It just announces her name is Maple Twist. I mean, that's true, but...
You can't just...
We're supposed to work for that information.
Maple doesn't explain.
Twist.
Maple doesn't explain much at first. She can't or won't. She's furious, frightened, and already regretting being noticed. She mutters the name Flutter like it's the answer to everything. And eventually, under pressure, she decides that if the party won't leave, she'll drag the real explanation out in the open and make it someone else's problem. I mean, that is actually true, just poorly written. She leads them to a collapsed doorway, something broken in Dream Valley that looks almost like the original shack that pulled them in, and then pulling themselves up to the ruins like a startled animals caught in their own hideout. The fuck are you saying? They go to an old shack that it looks a little out of place in Dream Valley. And going up to the door, Maple kicks the door off its hinges into the shack, like barely exerting any power at all, which led to Celeste being really surprised and a little concerned that she could have just like kicked her across the town square. Let's see. That's when she drags out, but they didn't. She drags out into the open a nervous Pegasus and a unicorn mare. The two that they had met or seen a moment ago. Or earlier, rather. The Pegasus introduces himself as Flutter, and the mare, the unicorn, introduces herself as Saffron. The party demands answers. Ashley especially is done with gentle conversation. He wants out of the mockery, out of the dream, out of false paradise. Flutter's first question is not, who are you, but did it send you? Did it send you?
It.
That pesky it.
And when the party can't answer that, when no one knows what it even is, Flutter deflates in visible despair. Then he decides the only way to explain is to stop pretending. Flutter draws a rune in the ground, a wide circle, an intricate matrix, and as it's at its heart, an eye wrapped in layered geometry. When he stamps the symbol, the world shudders and Dream Valley begins to crumble. Not like an illusion fading, but like reality being erased from the edges inward. Buildings evaporate into wind, gardens collapse into dust, the brightness drains out of the sky. And the party's bodies begin to go with it. Maple clutches herself and weeps as if she's being dragged out of safety by force. Saffron looks furious, and Flutter looks sick with guilt. The dream collapses into darkness, and for a brief, sickening moment, the party experiences a sensation of existence itself being pulled apart. And then, they're back. Not in the village, not in the forest, not in the village, not in the forest, not in a storybook. They're in a ruined shack surrounded by melted candles, chalked symbols, and exhausted spellwork. Their gear's back, and their bodies are their own bodies again, scarred, hard, and earned, or scarred, real, and earned. The three dreamers stand before them in dirty patched robes, one yellow, one blue, one brown, each wearing a mask that tries to force a comforting face unto an unbearable truth. And the truth is, Maple Twist is not a mare at all. She's a griffin. Flutter is not a Pegasus. He's a unicorn who stitched fake wings on his robe because he remembers being something else and cannot stand being trapped in the wrong shape. Saffron is not a unicorn. She's an earth pony wearing a crude wooden horn on her mask, skin and bones, and the way someone looks when they're running from themselves and failing. They are the dreamers. They're not villains, they're not monsters, they're not predators. They're three people with memories that do not match their bodies. It's really just dumping this out here in the open, isn't it?
No hesitation.
Yeah.
You know,
A little bit.
I know the reason why it's doing this is because when I was trying to tell it this like session, it was insisting that these three were like villains. Like hardcore villains. They were like purposely trapping, like, yeah, you could see where it would get that idea, but fucking no. So I had to explicitly spell out that no, they're not fucking villains.
He's gone the other way, very far.
They can have a little bit of villainousness.
Yeah, meanwhile, Ash is like villains. Villains.
Let's see. Past lives remembered too vividly. Identities that do not fit, and a shared desperation so extreme they had built a place they could breathe. Flutter explains it in fractured pieces because he can barely admit it out loud. Inside the spell?
Huh?
That's weird phrasing.
Works.
Outside the spell, they are not themselves.
Okay, but less so then.
Not truly, not cleanly. However, inside the spell, they're closer. Not cleanly, but closer to what they remember. Closer to what they can tolerate. So when they found each other, Flutter built Dream Valley as a refuge, an artificial dream space modeled after something impossibly ancient, something half myth. Dream Valley, a place from the oldest dust-choked stories of pony kind. A paradise remembered more than recorded. It was meant to be theirs alone, and yet the party got pulled in.
Yeah, we do that.
Yeah. Saffron is the first to voice the fear plainly. If outsiders are being dragged into the dream, the spell is leaking and the refuge is failing. Flutter insists that anyone else would have just seen an empty shack, and the door shouldn't open for anyone at all. But it opened for the party. Which means either the party is cursed with impossible bad luck, or something has shifted the rules of the world.
Yes.
Two things.
It could be two things.
Yeah. God damn it.
Aurora, focused as ever, asks to see the spell work. Flutter reluctantly shows him the anchor. Something oddly mundane for so powerful a miracle. A well-kept stack. Excuse me. I need to take a drink. Before the stumble tongue overtakes me. Flutter reluctantly shows him the anchor, something oddly mundane for so powerful a miracle. A well-kept standing clock, part of the machinery that keeps Dream Valley's internal logic running. And there's the most unsettling piece is revealed. The spell creates illusory time. Not time travel, not true acceleration, something stranger. A subjective temporal bubble where experience can stretch without fully dragging the outside world along with it. Flutter explains that they can enter the dream in cycles, spend what feels like a month inside, and then only lose a day outside. A refuge, yes, but also a trap if the spell falters. Celeste, ever practical, even in mercy, points out the flaw that matters most. The dream does not properly sustain them. It can simulate comfort, but comfort doesn't heal starvation. If Flutter wants to improve it, he needs to account for real nourishment inside the dream space, not merely the feeling of it. Guidance, whose gratitude is never cheap, thanks them anyway, because Flutter didn't have to release them. Maple didn't have to stop running, and Saffron didn't have to speak to them at all. I mean, that's true. They chose to do the right thing, even if it meant unraveling the only refuge they'd managed to build. It's something that Guidance was able to relate to, for his own reasons. Ashley, meanwhile... Ashley, meanwhile, is finished. He wants out of the shack, out of the conversation, out of the entire idea. He leaves with the sharpness of someone whose patience has been bled dry by too many unreal horrors in too short span of time. The session ends with the party holding new truth in their hooves. Dream Valley wasn't a trap built to hurt them. It was an escape hatch built by people who were breaking. Yes, thank you for, again, repeating the thing I had to force you to learn.
At least
I remember Ashley really
after you
clearly...
beat it into it, it finally remembered it.
What'd you say?
I remember Ashley clearly when he was walking out of the shack said something about not wanting to deal with these freaks. But I don't know if he said it loud enough or not.
I vaguely remember that. I know he said something, but I don't remember. I don't think they heard.
How dare you mock Ashley's perfect? Disgusting.
Which brings us to session 86, Paranoia and Illusion. Let's see.
That doesn't sound like this party.
Oh, okay.
The party begins the day still inside the ramshackle shelter in Kresh, an uneasy pause after everything the dreamers revealed and everything they didn't give. Ashley stepped outside, venting his anger in isolation, while Flutterfluff and Maple Twist quietly eat the conjured meal Aurora left behind. So now it's giving her full name? And not... Okay. Flutterfluff breaks the silence with a brittle, careful offer. He will not restart the magic for a few days, but he might be willing to help later once his head is steadier. There's a request he wants to make, something important enough that he needs time to shape the words and enough trust to believe the party might actually return. Then Flutterfluff adds one detail that changes the temperature of the room. There was another dreamer, and she wasn't, and she didn't wither like the others. She left. Her name was Faith.
Eyes emoji.
Oh, I had forgotten that.
And that is why we're doing these recaps.
Right? Faith. Flutterfluff describes her as the most dangerous, not simply remembering the past, but recalling abilities from it with alarming completeness. Faith talked about changing things, about rebuilding the world into something she believed was right. The way Flutterfluff speaks makes it clear her right is something no one sane would want. Celeste's reaction is immediate and visceral. She knows Faith. Faith stabbed her through the heart. Literally. The scar is still there. The memory is still sharp. Flutterfluff.
Thanks for adding literally there, like we had a relationship before that. That was romantic.
She could have stabbed you in the heart figuratively too.
Look, Faith has Celeste has a very close relationship with Faith. She doesn't have a close relationship with Faith.
Yeah.
I was going to say one of those has a capital F, but it's not the one you think it is.
Flutterfluff, shaken by the confirmation, scrambles through the shelter's debris as if compelled by some frantic need to give the party something solid, something that can be held, read, and studied or used. He produces a small, black, leather-bound book and offers it to Celeste with a trembling kind of resolve. It's Faith's book. Celeste opens it the moment it touches her hooves, hungry for context, for leverage, for any thread that might lead to control. The first line confirms the truth with chilling simplicity. Faith's parents named her Faith. Okay.
That's usually how they do it.
No, really?
You shall be called girl number 3.
You earn your name.
Oh. So, for context here, the opening line was a recount of Faith saying, Faith, my parents, with parentheses, or not, with quotation marks around parents, saying they named her Faith. And yeah, just the way it's recapped here is
fantastic. You know,
fantastic. Sure. Yeah,
yeah.
Celeste snaps it shut before anyone else can properly see inside, shoving it deep in her pack like it might bite. The party takes the leave with what comfort they can offer. Wanderlust, aching with helplessness, does the only thing he knows how to do. The only thing he knows how to do? He becomes gentle, present, and kind, hugging the ponies. Hugging the griffin.
Yeah.
And
I do like a good one to hug.
It's true. And trying to leave behind some kind of warmth where the world has been so cold. Flutterfluff pats him like a father might, and Maple Twist visibly wrestles her own fear down long enough to endure the moment.
Yeah, get hugged.
Feel
I
off.
also remember Wanda was specifically like, "Hey, you should, you've got some cool magic here. You should take it to the to the academy. What's my call it?
Arcanum.
Arcana." And they're like, "Yeah, we got super kicked out of there."
Yeah.
We're on their blacklist.
Flutterfluff.
Oh no.
Flutterfluff used to be an Arcanum member. So, yeah, super kicked out. Outside, the fog is thick enough to swallow direction. The party tries to return to their original objective, find Shatterhorns, track down the missing pieces of the Bridal Shire catastrophe, and locate the next lead connected to the artifact they've been tasked with transporting. No. They don't need a lead on that.
Artifact found.
Right. They use Celeste as a compass, specifically her pain. As the group wanders toward the marketplace, migraine spikes, then steadies, then spikes again, like her horn is being dragged across a jagged edge. The book nearly falls from her grip as a wave of agony lances through her skull, forcing her to stagger clumsily recover it. The fog begins to thin in the direction she's moving, and visibility opens like a wound. They find the center of the clearing near, right, this is why. So, okay. Yes, this is actually correct. The fog is so thick that it's barely possible to see at all. However, once they reach the market, the fog opens, and at the very center of that clearing of mist, a tented merchant stall. whereby a beggar sits hunched in rags. When the party approaches, the beggar flinches at the volume of Wanderlust's greetings and then answers in a voice strained in pain and exhaustion, and the hood falls back. A pale gray unicorn with a destroyed horn, his eyes milky and unfocused. A Shatterhorn sitting in the open, like a warning sign no one else can see. The party moves carefully, food first, gentleness first, and Wander spreads coin among the other beggars. Aurora handles the logistics, securing the entire armful of street fare despite an over-eager Griffin merchant's attempted quote-unquote generosity. The Shatterhorn reacts like a starving creature, lashing for the first bite of food too quickly, desperate enough that he nearly mistakes a hoof for food. But he does calm, and he does talk, and he recognizes why they've come. His name is Moonshadow. Before his destroyed horn, before the slow death sentence, before the permanent pain, he was a cleric of Lady Luna. That revelation hits Wanderlust like a bell strike. Sure. Something in him stills. Reverence, recognition, the weight of something older than a mercenary contract. Okay. Moonshadow confirms that the party, or what the party needs most. Yes, he was at Bridalshire. Yes, he was part of the group of Shatterhorns. And yes, what happened there was not an accident. No shit. Why? Their leader called herself Halfspire. She claimed she had negotiated passage to Unicornia, negotiated a promise for a cure. A cure the Shatterhorns wanted so badly that even a lie looked like a sunrise. I think I actually did use that phrasing, but like the way it's just dropping it here. The cost, Halfspire had said, was a job. A theft. Moonshadow's role was perimeter control, locking down the village so no one could escape while the others searched. He couldn't stop magic from... or he could stop... What? Okay, so the way it's phrasing this is weird. So a Shatterhorn has a field of complete anti-magic that cannot be... pretty much cannot be gotten around. Yes? Moonshadow, at the perimeter of the village, was unable to stop a magical event from happening inside of his field. Somehow. He doesn't know how, but what happened was a pony ignited a flare of wholly bright white light that turned the midnight forest into the midday sun and knocked Moonshadow out just from the sheer shock of the sudden light. And when Moonshadow awoke, he was blind. Halfspire succeeded in their task anyway. They found an artifact, an item that had been hidden at the temple in Bridalshire, a lantern case of some kind. And after she obtained it, Halfspire abandoned them. Gone by the next morning without a trace. But worse than that, her second in command, Smooth, woke with his throat cut. Somehow he survived, but Moonshadow believes that everyone else believes what everyone else suspected in their bones. Halfspire did it herself, tying off loose ends before she ran. Moonshadow doesn't know where Halfspire went after that, but Smooth might. Smooth always talked about getting cured and returning to old Welara town. If anyone can connect with Halfspire at the next step, it's him. Aurora takes notes, tries to examine Moonshadow's ruined eyes, searching for a single or a slim angle where help might still exist, but there's no magic to safely apply. Not in a Shatterhorn's presence. The damage is extensive enough to make hope feel cruel. So instead, they do what they can do. They buy Moonshadow's stability. A room at the inn for a week, meals included, a bed and water, and time without street cold stone under his ribs. For a Shadowhorn, comfort isn't a cure, but it's a difference between surviving and breaking. Yeah, sure. Before the party leaves, Wanderlust speaks a blessing in Lunar without realizing he's doing it. It just felt right. Moonshadow answers in the same language, and Aurora, unnerved and curious, watches Wanderlust like he's just revealed the door the party didn't know existed. Okay. Let's see. Looks like I want to take a drink. So my sinuses just randomly decide to start draining partway through doing this.
Oh, fun.
Wonderful.
That's always fun.
Who needs them anyway?
Excuse me. The group reconvenes outside, and that's when watching becomes undeniable. A small, semi-transparent floating eye appears in the fog. It hovers close, brazen now, no longer content to peek from a distance. Ashley reacts first, snatching Celeste's dagger and striking the eye with it. The blade lands. It was like stabbing thick metal. The eye doesn't bleed. It doesn't break. It simply turns its gaze from Ashley to Celeste, and a canned, tinny voice crackles through magic. It wants to meet the party. Introductions will wait until they meet in person. They must seek out a tavern called the Leaky Bucket. It's urgent. And the eye pops and vanishes like a bubble punctured from inside. The party...
I thought Ashley had the feeling he was being watched the whole time.
Yes, Ashley, absolutely. Yeah, Ashley had been noticing for a while in the fog that they had been being followed by something, but wasn't able to tell what it was. It's
Just stealing Celeste's dagger. No, stealing. Borrowing.
borrowing.
Borrowing temporarily.
It's okay. Celeste stabs everything with it randomly at the start of every session anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
The party has barely enough time to exchange grim looks before they follow the instruction, because they can't afford to ignore urgency anymore. Not after everything in Kresh has proven itself layered in traps, watchers, and old powers. Okay, I mean, sure. The Leaky Bucket is packed when they arrive. Every table, every seat occupied, except one. A single open table in the center of the room, waiting like a stage. A mare sits there, familiar in the way the Arcanum faces become familiar when you survive too many corridors. Fuck. A mare sits there, familiar.
End of sentence.
She waves them over with the ease of someone who believes the world bends when she speaks. She introduces herself with quiet certainty. Grave Dust, third circle of House Necromancer. And I have already uploaded a picture of Grave Dust in here. Where did I put her?
Just dust her off. It's fine.
I get it.
I don't. Explain it to me.
Dirt.
Shit, you right.
All right, and I'll just upload a new picture of her because there are a lot of pictures that have been uploaded, and it's just simpler this way. Grave Dust.
Look at that eyeliner.
I believe I described her as a necromancer that other necromancers think is trying too hard.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, God.
Maybe just rein it in just a touch.
Emo. Emo.
Yo. refused, making it worse.
Food arrives. Stew, steaming and wholesome, an offering meant to soften the moment into something civilized. She wastes no time with pleasantries. Melon Rind sent them here to retrieve something, and Grave Dust wants it. She claims Melon Rind hoards research, locks away artifacts, and destroys progress. She wants proof of what's been hiding and intends to bring it back to the house. The party refuses. The party refused immediately.
Hell no.
Specifically, Wander refused immediately before anyone else could even answer.
Yeah, I remember being proud of that. I was about to object, but then Wander was just like, "Oh hell no!" Attaboy.
No debate, no negotiation, a refusal like a wall. Ashley emphasizes obligation and reputation. Celeste warns her not to mistake Dawn Company for easy targets. Wanderlost, extremely calm, oddly innocent, says no, as though it's the simplest truth in the world. Gravedust's smile doesn't crack. It widens. This will be more interesting than I thought. And then she leaves with a parting promise that lands like a knife sliding into a desk and staying there. We will be in touch. The moment she stands, the room changes. The tavern fades. The patrons fade. The lively warmth dissolves into silence and rot. The party is standing in a broken ruin of an old tavern that hasn't been alive in a long time. The stew is still hot.
I have a question.
Yes?
Was that just Discord, or did you do something?
What happened?
Because when you were saying the tavern fades, that whole line in the document, Discord was fucking with the voice. And it like reverberated.
It was actually quite an effective sound.
Yeah,
I have
it
to
was
admit.
very fitting for like a line.
I did nothing.
Just like,
So,
And the worst thing is because Ken's the one who's recording, it's not going to come through on the recorded.
oh.
no. It was very good though.
Well, now I wish I knew what it was. But
It was just like reverberation. Like it was like
Must have been real subtle. I don't know
I
what you're all
It was only for a moment, but it did.
Yeah.
It did give a certain echoing gravitas to the.
yeah.
the stew is still hot. A perfect illusion. Used as a meeting room. Used as proof of reach. Used as a warning. The party exits with their nerves wound tight. Urgency replaces caution. Caution mutates into paranoia. I will point out that the party refused to eat the stew.
Mhm.
I'll also
Correct.
point out that the stew was perfectly fine.
It was perfectly normal stew. Which
Yeah, not touching that.
Suspicious.
Look, we've had our fill with fake things already, so
It wasn't fake stew is the thing.
I mean,
What
it is safe.
Also, the Celeste that is probably starting to enjoy combat too much may have perked up a bit after all of this. Just like, oh boy.
Fight.
The party exit with their they talk about decoys, bait plans, invisible transport, splitting into separate roles, anything to keep the artifact moving without giving grave dust a clean strike. It worked out so well. Guidance points out the obvious. They're being watched. Talking in the open is feeding the enemy information. Excuse me. And with that, they make one move that still feels like control. They go straight to gentle repose. The chantry stands warded and sealed, painted in layers of protection. Under true sight, its hidden runes blaze like a net of light. The party knocks, but does not ask him to open the door. Celeste warns him through the barrier. Someone is trying to steal the artifact. The hoof steps stop short. Then Repose answers sharp with alarm. When Celeste speaks the name Grave Dust, Repose doesn't open the door. He teleports out instead, appearing beside them with a pop of magic that says, "I know how my own walls work." Okay.
Sure.
They're probably supposed to be wards.
No.
I think I remember my exact reaction, which was something along the lines of, "Wait, you can do that?"
No.
So-
Important. I can do that.
Yeah, so he
Don't
did.
try it.
So he did actually say, "I know how my own walls work," to Celeste, being surprised that he moved straight through his warding walls. Let's see. And grabbing Celeste's face in disbelief, like he needs to confirm she's real. Okay. I mean, to be fair, yeah.
I'll give him that one.
Repose's explanation turns the threat into something sharper than violence. Gravedust is fucking phrasing. I'm going to delete that. Gravedust is Melonrine's niece, or great-grandniece, or great-great-grandniece. Influential, politically dangerous, and just wanted to remove him. Has wanted to remove him for some time. If she seizes the artifact, she could weaponize it as a justification to depose him and replace him, procedurally, legally, and with enough support to make it stick. The terrifying part isn't that she can fight them, it's that she might not need to. Repose promises to send word to Melonrine immediately. But even as he speaks, the party realizes something else. Gravedust knows too much. Not just that they're in Kresh, but what they're retrieving, and that they're retrieving it for Melonrine. And if Melonrine's chambers are supposed to be scry-proof, then how did she find out? A shadow passes in the fog behind them, an indistinct pony shape that appears, pauses, and trots away before they can fully lock on. Aurora scans the street, searching for more unseen threats, but nothing reveals itself cleanly. In the end, Repose brings the party inside the chantry, teleporting them in, I should point out.
Don't do that.
Remove that because he did
I was gonna
not...
say that those are gonna go away.
Yep. It isn't comfortable exactly, but it's shelter. It's an enforced pause while Repose prepares ascending. 10 uninterrupted minutes to reach Melonrine and put the truth to his ear, or in his ear. Phrasing has really thrown me off. Gravedust has moved. She has reached beyond procedure and into the field. And the artifact transport has become a race against a mage who can reshape reality around a table of stew. What?
What? I mean, correct, I suppose.
That was an illusion. That was a hallucinatory terrain.
And yeah.
The party gathers into the sitting room, or in the sitting room. The paranoia still buzzing in the bones. Interesting phrasing. And begins planning again. Decoys, routes, contingencies, the idea of splitting into roles and watching for the moment everything goes wrong. Because in Crash, it isn't if anymore, it's when.
No.
Delete.
Go away.
Which brings us to session 87. Necromancy demonstrated.
Yay.
I sense undead.
Then there's this asshole.
Oh, you haven't seen anything yet.
Poor Bonesy.
Oh no, I'd forgotten about Bonesy.
Oh no! Did you guys adopt an undead? What did you do?
You'll see. You'll see.
You'll see.
The session opens with the party attempting something almost comical in concept. Resting.
Wow.
Somewhere,
Well, nonstop
somewhere, a
laughs.
goat winces.
They're in the Chantry's foyer, while Gentle Repose makes contact with his superior, Master Rind. I believe at this point the party had more or less assumed who Melon Rind was, but it's more or less confirmed in this that he is the head of House Necromancer. He always poses as just an old attendant.
Bart.
Let's see.
He's a master of necromancy and spitting melon seeds.
It's true.
You never forget your cutie mark talent.
It's true. The party uses the time to assemble contingency plans that range from practical to unhinged. Because this is what happens when you put 5 traumatized heroes in a room with a cursed object and give them 10 minutes to think.
Okay. Sometimes ChatGPT knows what it's talking about.
Right? The main strategic points crystallize quickly. They need to leave Kresh. They have to assume Grave Dust will intercept them. They cannot rely on trickery alone. She will detect it. And they cannot treat this as a duel. She has support. She has structure. She has a cadre.
I'm gonna.
Gentle Repose confirms the ferry schedule, morning and afternoon. It makes it clear that delaying is a bad idea. Help is promised in principle, but not in a way the party can trust to arrive on time or arrive cleanly. It becomes obvious that the group's best advantage is Grave Dust underestimating them, which pushes Guidance into his most useful role, calmly advising everyone to hold back the strongest tricks until they're needed. I don't recall if that was...
Sure, okay, yeah,
What does
whatever.
that mean?
Like, not going all in right away, I guess? Maybe, I don't know.
No,
But that's my whole
specifically
strategy.
the advising role. I think they may have ChatGPT was like, his name is Guidance, so he must be the strategic backbone of our.
Honestly, that seems very likely.
Yeah.
Bonesy.
I love our silly little kitty, but that's not.
I have so many guidances in my house. None of them have a brain cell.
Bonesy joins the
share
party.
one.
Gentle Repose offers the one direct piece of aid he can give, a house guardian. Bonesy is revealed, an armored skeletal sentinel with necromantic fire in his empty sockets. Let me bring up Bonesy.
Yay,
Bonesy!
Bonesy.
Poor Celeste.
He's a friend.
He's a friend.
Celeste is screaming. No, he's not.
Yes, he is, actually.
Let me smite.
Look, friendship.
Right.
Bonesy.
Oh, look at that.
Celeste wasn't immediately like, well, we have to kill this, but she was kind of like a, okay, fine.
This is
In
also...
that we serve.
I also had to make it clear to GPT at this point that guardians are not... House guardians aren't like, standard undead. They're not like raised from like random corpses. Guardians are raised from volunteers. It's an honorable like volunteer situation.
In that we serve.
Practicality wins.
I mean, if you're looking for a type of magic that reigns in practicality, let's see.
True.
Let's see. It's an immediate problem with an immediate solution. A powerful ally that also creates tension with Celeste, who has to manage the cognitive dissonance of the undead is not the enemy, while walking into a necromancer fight.
Admittedly, that's not wrong.
Repose clarifies a crucial cultural detail of House Necromancer. Oh, this is where he explained. Guardians are raised from volunteers. It's considered honorable, not monstrous. Celeste isn't thrilled, but she's disciplined enough to accept it. Practicality wins.
And who is the one who decides whether it's monstrous or a thing? Would it be the necromancers who benefit from it?
To be fair, they're raised from volunteers of other necromancers, so it's like,
Yeah, fair enough.
like to even be considered for the position of a house guardian, you have to be a member of House Necromancer.
That's fair.
The secondary requirement is that you must be dead.
Or dying.
Also true. I gotta tell you, House Necromancer's big on consent. Then comes the moment the entire session rotates around. Gentle Repose unbars the silver case and carefully transfers it into Ashley's custody. Ashley feels sick for a heartbeat, like the world leans wrong. Then it passes. That tiny moment matters. It's not dramatic in the moment, but it's kind of physical wrongness that lingers in your spine afterwards. The artifact doesn't need to do anything to be terrifying. It just needs to exist. The party sets off.
Could it not?
I can tank it.
I feel like it was dramatic at the moment.
You can find a way for it to exist, Damo,
Yeah.
then yeah, sure.
Yeah, like Ashley got a hold of it and was suddenly like, oh. Yeah, I think the party was concerned.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kresh is fog-choked, magical and hostile in a way that abandoned places are hostile, quiet, watching, and ready to become something worse. That is not what abandoned means. Aurora scans for hidden figures and sees nothing. No invisible stalkers. Yeah, no. No lurking shapes in the fog, and still, the feeling doesn't ease. They proceed towards the dock, and time behaves strangely. It should have been a short walk, but the party realizes they've been traveling far longer than they should have. It triggers an immediate suspicion. Another illusion. Another spatial trick. Another the world is lying to you again moment. The docks...
I keep getting away with this.
The docks finally have come into sight. The ferry has not yet arrived. Right on schedule, because of course it is, Gravedust steps out of the mist with her people. 7. Organized, calm, and clearly prepared to fight. Gravedust smiles with practiced civility and makes the offer one last time. She assumes the party hasn't changed their minds, and Celeste's answer is immediate and uncompromising. Stand aside. Gravedust refuses, and the last peaceful breath ends. It's very
Oh no, how
ominous.
could this happen as I draw Calamo?
Oh no! For shame, we have to fight you now. Oh dear.
So I had to try to force GBT to understand a combat log, which is difficult. So we'll see how well it worked out.
Yeah.
This had to be probably one of the longest fights we participated in,
Up to this point, yeah.
That one was the most fun one.
including the one against
He who broke
know
last.
he who broke last. I was originally going to say the one who waits, but it's like, no, that's the guy from Call of the Lamb.
Called the lamb, yeah.
So what were the rules again for like the artifact? Not allowed to teleport, not allowed to...
So the rules were don't use magic on yourself.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Which sucks.
Do not do it.
Oh no.
Yeah, and a party full of teleporters and buff monkeys.
This party is not really,
Yeah, especially
not
don't
really set up for that.
like the big one was don't teleport with it, but also don't use magic on yourself.
Yeah, and the other thing we were like specifically do not take this like through dimensions. Don't do it through spaces. And literally within 24 hours of first laying eyes on it, we get dragged into this dream dimension.
To be fair,
We're just like we are the worst people to deal with this.
to be fair, you didn't though. That wasn't a dimension. That was
Yeah, our minds were dragged into a dreamscape. It's totally different than us bodily entering a different dimension.
true.
At this point in time, Ashley
Yeah,
not have teleporting, so that's also
wouldn't have been.
positive.
I think that was the reason why they gave it to Ashley, because Ashley doesn't have teleport.
Yeah.
Yet.
Oh, I have it now.
Mm-hmm.
The encounter begins in the open, like a classic standoff. Docks, fog, the smell of seawater. The ferry has not yet arrived. Guidance strikes from concealment, trying to weaponize the mind against itself, summoning false threats. Shadow flickers, distractions meant to shred enemy cohesion before it can settle in formation. Okay, so I see what it's trying to do here. Guidance spewed out a bunch of shadows.
Mini
Mini guidances. It doesn't work very
Otherwise known as distractions.
It doesn't
I have
work
a bunch
very
of
well.
those now,
The
too.
necromancers. What the hell?
Oops.
Whomst?
Someone joined,
Wow.
made a noise, and left.
Apparently.
Yeah.
I did not hear it.
I heard the join, and by the time I clicked on it to figure out who it was.
I saw a portrait pop
the
up and then
join
disappear.
alert.
Yeah.
I have join alerts shut off. I have
Dangerous.
all Discord sounds shut off.
I need them for reasons.
That's fair. I hate them for reasons.
Let's see. These necromancers are disciplined. They shake off the deception cleanly. The party learns something valuable in the worst way possible. They're not dealing with amateurs. Get no fucking shit. I'm gonna.
I hate working against
Okay.
professionals.
Celeste attempts to break the advantage with direct counter magic and aggressive dispel. And let's see. Her casting fizzles. Not because Celeste is rigged, but because the situation is rigged. Gravedust frowns for the first time as though annoyed the party forced her to stop pretending. She delivers a line that lands like a judge's gavel. She tried to give them a chance. That's not okay. She tried. She gave them a chance. Now she stops asking. Let's see.
The dome.
The dome.
Yes.
The dome.
The dome.
Gravedust grins, and the world breaks. The docks vanish. The sun is simply not there anymore. And the air fills with a pale
God.
purple light that does not belong in any natural sky. The party's surroundings warp violently into something obscene. A great dome, wide, heavy, and alive. Pulsing gray flesh, lit from above by a violet flame, like an eye that never blinks.
Flesh dome.
The enemy formation shifts instantly, repositioning as though they were never standing where the party thought they were. The illusion was never the battlefield. It was the leash. I guess that's one way you could put that. The dome exists so the party cannot run. And she promised that moment that she has the artifact in Hoof, the dome comes down. It's a hostage situation made out
Over
of...
my dead body.
It's a hostage situation made out of flesh itself.
I saw what you did there.
So did I. That's fair, though. This is a better word.
I mean, she's not changing reality. She's using illusions to
No.
mask the fact that she put up a big, massive fucking dome of flesh around the city.
Which I thought you were House Necromancer, not House Illusionist.
Oh. I don't know why this is like a burn.
It was.
You know, it's a burn because of second edition. The illusion house
Was illusion
the
the
illusion was the contrary school to necromancy in second edition.
you are no true necromancer.
Gravedust doesn't waste the advantage. She opens with raw force. Lightning tears through the dome in straight lines of judgment. Fast, violent, and surgical, meant to soften the party before her allies move in for containment and capture. Celeste takes the brunt of it. Guidance evades the worst strike with practice survival instinct, and Ashley and Bonesy weather the hit. Let's see. Aurora,
No.
let's see. Yeah, its summary here is not the best. Aurora answers the way Aurora always answers, with magic loud enough to be a declaration. A merciful fireball slams the enemy line. Non-lethal force used with lethal intent. It's a reminder the party doesn't... I don't know.
It's so bad at this.
It's a reminder that the party doesn't need to kill, but they can absolutely make it hurt. The spell...
I'll accept that.
The spell...
Except for the fact we're fighting undead.
You the spell reveals something critical. Grave dust flickers strangely and appears unaffected in a way that doesn't make sense. But our allies don't. The armored spell knight and the chaplain take the hit hard. The initiates remain ready, and the battle lines harden. Let's see. With the dome...
Loyalists.
Yeah, I don't... with the dome locking everything in place, the fight becomes exactly what the party feared. It's not a duel, a coordinated takedown. That doesn't... Okay. Yeah, it loves to make statements like this, and it's really rather annoying.
Yeah, this ain't a scene, it's a goddamn arms race.
Removed. One initiate drops the pretense and moves like a real combatant. Long sword controlled by a magical grip, striking hard and clean. Long sword. The necromancer Exercitus advances, halberd in tow. An elite spell knight mixing martial pressure with arcane reinforcement. He casts protective magic that makes him harder to drop quickly. The chaplain remains part of the formation, damaged but functional, a supportive presence, steady under pressure. Let's see. Okay. Aurora becomes Celeste becomes the anchor. Aurora becomes chaos. Ashley becomes intimidation. Guidance becomes disruption. Wanderlust becomes adaptation.
You know what?
Sure.
Most of those I'm not hugely opposed to, but
I don't know about Aurora becomes chaos.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
job.
beats me.
I mean, I've seen you on the battlefield.
I would say
You can pull a fair bit of chaos in there.
disrupt. I was going to say,
Yeah.
yeah. Bonesy, silent, steady, and horrifying, does
What
exactly
does
what
Bonesy become?
hold the line. Yeah, he doesn't become anything. He's already horrifying.
The line.
Yeah, he's the line. The middle stretch of the battle is ugly. It's not a clean heroic brawl. It's a fight inside a living prison with professionals who plan for violence. It's
Is that us or them?
Yeah.
take your pick. Let's see. The party takes damage. They spend resources and they get forced into bad positions, but still they don't break. Celeste's presence becomes an emotional fulcrum in the fight. She refuses to yield ground, refuses to let the enemy dictate the terms, and refuses to let the artifact become something the party had no choice but to surrender. Sure.
She's protecting me. Aww.
And even when the battle's punishing, Celeste keeps doing the thing that makes her terrifying. She keeps standing back up.
I'll accept
Knocking
that.
me down.
I don't recall.
When I back down, I get up again.
Also, I was thinking that, but that's irrelevant.
Eventually, the party forces Grave Dust into a corner, pressing her hard enough that the fight stops being controlled capture and starts becoming how fast can we survive this? What does that fucking...
How fast can you
Fast
survive?
can you survive this?
Oh, maybe because I remember Ashley was really doing damage on like each one individually that they were dropping. So maybe that's why.
Maybe.
I don't know. That's
If anyone has good recollections of this fight, it's more than welcome to jump in with them.
It was a very long fight.
It was a long fight. Let's see. I like how it
mention
didn't...
the golems.
What's that?
Did it even mention the golems?
It's still describing. Let's see. It did not. So, okay. Partway through the fight, two of the initiates reveal that they are, well, actually, I believe, yes. Partway through the fight, two of the initiates throw off their robes. One revealed to be a skeletal golem made of bones with long, scything talons. What up?
This is a skeleton character. It's bones.
Yeah, not like our Bonesy. He's
Yeah.
There we are. And the other threw off its robes to reveal a grotesquely bloated pile of animate flesh with a single gaping eye. And she was joined by a pair of... Let's see. She was joined by an Exercitus. Sorry, Bonesy. Gotta move you.
No, Bones.
And a chaplain.
The second one with actually having hair.
It's true. Let's see. It doesn't really describe much of the fight very well at all. It just makes weird generalizations that aren't necessarily good.
Yep.
But this was a grueling battle, mostly in length. Like, the party didn't really get put too bad of a position for most of it. They did take a lot of heavy hits, but they were able to recover. Let's see.
I do remember near the end. I do remember at the end we very specifically worked to not kill the minions.
Yes, the Exercitus
And they
and
appreciate it.
so the Exercitus went down. No, wait, it was the chaplain that went down, wasn't it?
One of them went down.
One of them went down, and the other immediately stopped fighting and ran to their side, which prompted the party to be merciful to them.
Shit, new materials! High quality!
God damn it. Let's see. When the final blow is struck, the dome doesn't vanish instantly. It begins to recede slowly, like a living thing dying reluctantly, as they tend to do. And Grave Dust herself does not fall like a pony. She starts to come apart wrong. Her form freezes in place for a fraction of a heartbeat, as though reality can't decide what she is supposed to be. Then her mane becomes stringy, gray, and unnaturally wet looking, her flesh following suit. Wrong, curling and furling back in on itself like tissue retracting under heat. Her body slows away in chunks that don't behave like blood and meat. Instead, it collapses into snow. Not metaphorical, not ash-like, snow, piling and spilling forward as if it was pretending to be a pony and was always made of winter. I guess.
Yeah.
Bones settle strangely inside it. A torso slumps for a moment. Something like a skeletal remnant seems to reconstitute. And then it doesn't finish forming. Remains not a corpse. And what remains is not a corpse. A pale mound of snow and collapsed structure, and most hauntingly, a skull left behind like a calling card of what she truly was. All right. The party...
I feel like they
Concerning-
glossed over something important there.
Yeah. Concerningly, her minions were as surprised as we were about this.
Yes.
Even more
Concerningly-
concerningly, she was as concerned about this.
She watched herself come apart. And
She did not know she was a simulacrum.
it's true.
That's fucked up.
Fun wizard facts. Simulacrums aren't supposed to do any of that.
True. Let's see. This is the moment the party receives the truth. This was not the real grave dust. This was a simulacrum and constructed imitation, a false body given shape and agency. Which means the victory lands with a double impact. The party won the fight, but they did not kill the real architect of it. I will point out that simulacrums don't have agency, usually.
No, they do not. But simulacrums also usually don't have weird ritual skulls.
Also true. Somewhere, the true grave dust still exists. And she may not have been steering this directly, because simulacra can be made, directed, and used in ways that do not require ongoing consent from the original. That's what gives the session its real weight. The party doesn't just stop the antagonist. They discovered the antagonist they fought was a tool, a weapon shaped like a person. I'll allow it. The Loyalists don't continue the fight once the simulacrum collapses. Without grave dust standing commanding, the whole engagement loses its spine. Celest gathers every pony close, including the defeated necromancers, and releases warm, radiant healing in waves. She heals them because she can, because she chooses to, and because she refuses to become the kind of hero who only cares about mercy when it's convenient. Sure.
Yeah.
That's a weird fucking way to say I'm a good person when I try to be a good person.
Right? Like I said, it loves to say these things in roundabout ways that are just words filling air.
I showed mercy because, that's
You
why
have mercy.
I don't. I showed mercy because I could. Yeah, that part's good. That part's great.
Ashley adds restorative magic as well, layering warmth over the battlefield's aftermath. The final Bone Guardian enemy, or at least enemy aligned, stares at the remains of the skull in open fixation. So does the Exercitus. So does the Chaplain. Because they didn't expect this either. Celeste levitates the skull and claims it plainly. They're taking it as evidence. And the Loyalists, shaken and defeated, don't contest her right to it.
I think there's probably some pretty significant, necromancer code of conduct there. If you win, you get the skull.
I mean, the conversation after the fight, where the morality of Welara's necromancer culture becomes painfully clear. These Loyalists are not cackling villains. They're people who believe they were helping their friend. They admit they didn't truly understand what the artifact was, only that it was a powerful object that would help Grave Dust advance. And then the more personal truth spills out. They supported her because they believed they owed her everything. Because they were friends, and the Chaplain and the Exercitus are revealed more clearly together, unmasked, visibly connected as twins. What a roundabout fucking way to... Okay. Their grief is not just performance. They are stunned into numbness. Ponies realizing their leader they followed might not have been fully present at all. They explained their political motive as they understood it. Grave Dust believed that the artifact would help her take the chair from her grandfather. House leadership, authority, a seat of power. They didn't think Mastermind was a monster exactly, but they paint him as outdated, overly cautious, someone that they believe holds back research and progress. Wander, furious, shaken, and still very much not okay. What is this about replacing leadership? or just helping a friend? Their answer is complicated. They didn't wish Rind ill. They imply even Gravedust didn't want harm done to him. They just believed his time had passed. Guidance offers...
They're not
What's that?
wrong. They're not wrong.
They are not wrong. His time has passed. Let's see. Guidance offers the counterpoint the party needs to hear. Dangerous magic is dangerous for a reason. Huh? I mean, true,
Prove me wrong.
but
Prove me wrong.
I don't believe that is... I really don't believe that's what was said in that moment.
Like, I mean, under that, we should probably keep Fireball under wraps.
I'm sorry, who knows Disintegrate here?
The fact that...
I still need to copy that from you.
The fact that Ryan has held power a long time without spiraling into obsession or catastrophe might be evidence that his restraint isn't weakness, it's wisdom. Let's see. In the final stretch of the session, when the adrenaline drains and everyone finally looks at what they're carrying, terrifying detail surfaces. The artifact case is intact, but the chain that was wrapping around it is gone. It was there. It is not there now. The dome continues to recede around them like dying tissue. Party realizes they may have won the fight, but something has still changed. Something that was supposed to be secure is now less secure. Yeah?
Repose. Help.
That brings us to session 88. Necromancy Aftercare. Let's see.
I'll be right back again.
Yep.
The session opens in the raw aftermath of violence. Burns, cuts, shredded clothes, battered bodies, and a battlefield that doesn't even feel real. The party is in no shape to posture as heroes, but Celeste refuses to let them stop them from acting like one. What? She calls everyone in. Okay, repeating what happened last session.
Hit the recap of the recap.
It is recapping the recap previous, yeah. I don't know why. The silver case, intact, smooth, undamaged, with the finely woven chain, once secured, is gone. First, Ashley tries to brush it off, joking, denying, minimizing, waving away danger with charm and bravado, but Aurora is too panicked to be soothed by humor. He remembers it, he knows it was there, and the others do too. The chain isn't broken. It didn't fall off, it's simply not present anymore. And none of that feels acceptable. You think?
Yeah.
It's just a little thing. It's fine.
The party tries
worry,
to...
it's just
Actually,
like
if you
the most
pocketed the
evil
chain,
artifact.
I swear.
What was that?
It's just the most evil artifact I've ever laid eyes on, and the chain disappeared. That's fine.
The party tries to keep momentum, decide quickly, move quickly, get to safety. Because Kresh is the last place any of them want to linger with while new mysteries bloom in the ashes. Wanderlust pushes for returning to gentle repose immediately, both to report what happened and to calm whatever horror is spreading through the town as the locals peek out from doorways at the fading remains of the flesh dome nightmare. Before they go, Celeste presses the surviving necromancers for motive. The chaplain and Exercitus answer that they, with the kind of honesty that's too tired to be performative. They believe they owed Gravedust everything. Okay, it's repeating again. The speaker, it's really just loyalty. The answer is complicated. All right, moving on. Right. Wanderlust, despite everything, breaks. He steps forward and hugs them. It's not graceful. It's not confident. It's not the perfect comforting hero moment. It's a hug of a pony who's nearly died, who's sick of horror, and who suddenly can't stand adding more suffering to the pile. And the necromancer's siblings crack. They sob and cling back.
Touch is the power of wonder.
Hmm.
Let's see. In the fragile ceasefire in place, with the fragile ceasefire in place, the party returns to Gentle Repose's chantry, moving fast because nobody trusts the island anymore. Accurate. The Repose opens the door expecting trouble. He gets it. Celeste delivers the headline with blunt finality. The grave dust they fought is dead, and she wasn't truly grave dust. She was a simulacrum, a copy, something that should have known what it was and didn't. Repose doesn't even have time to unpack that before Aurora hits him with a bigger, immediate terror. The case is missing its chain. Repose's usual gentleness snaps into command authority. He orders them aside, demands to see the box, and begins examining it with a depth of magical scrutiny that makes even guidance uneasy. What? Guidance specific? I don't understand.
Even Speedwagon was afraid.
Okay.
The verdict is both relief and dread. The case has not been opened, but the chain is gone all the same. That contradiction becomes central anxiety of the night. Wanderlust tries to rationalize it. Battlefield magic, stray forces, collateral effects, but every explanation feels thin, especially once the party acknowledges the hard truth. Ashley transformed into his fire form while carrying the case during the battle. No one can prove that's connected. Yes, you did.
You didn't see nothing.
I was watching. No one can prove that it's connected. No one can prove that it isn't. Repose retrieves a replacement chain from the supply room with the exhausted fury of a caretaker forced to do damage control for other ponies' mistakes. He restrains the case again with practiced precision, less a ritual than a necessary act of survival, and warns the party with quiet, strained exasperation. Whatever happened, do not let it happen again. Only then does
No
Celeste.
promises.
Only then does Celeste present the skull. Repose examines it like a physician examining a disease or a skull. Tap.
Or a necromancer examining a skull. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tap, rotate,
I've
and
seen these before.
skull, huh? I've heard of these. Tap, rotate, inspect the gem set into its forehead. His conclusion is immediate, chilling, and entirely plausible. The skull is enchanted with divination and necromancy. It bears Gravedust's signature, and the real Gravedust may be watching through it. This is where the party pivots from aftermath cleanup to long-term consequences, because the skull confirms something the party already feared. They won the fight, they might not have won the war. The necromancer's siblings, still reeling, still raw, confess something that makes the entire situation worse. Gravedust changed after reaching the island. She became obsessive, reckless, almost possessed. The careful, principled necromancer they believed in stopped acting like herself. Repose admits openly that he would have sworn Gravedust would never blatantly break the laws of the Arcanum by murdering a pony for their skull. And then, with the skull in front of the table with him, he's forced to admit he may not have known her at all. The party attempts to speak to the skull, demanding answers, pressing for a response, waiting for contact. Nothing comes. If the real Gravedust is watching, she isn't answering. Not yet.
I think we had some necromancers around here to get some answers out of this thing.
Chat
I'm still
GPT, hey,
having a
how's
hard time.
Guidance doing? Guidance, I'm trying to not be noticed. Why do you keep doing this?
I'm like, it's just
front and center.
it's just so random. It's like the arcane examination that makes even Guidance feel uncomfortable. I'm just imagining Guidance like looking around and then pointing at himself like, what?
Why does the robot narrator keep pointing me out?
I think it may have gotten people confused again. I think it was thinking of Aurora.
Right? I mean, it's entirely possible. For the longest time, I had to remind it that no, Aurora is not a female unicorn. I don't know where it started getting that.
I don't know,
That one session where you after the Discord party.
Yeah, but I don't think I even told it that that's exactly what happened. Anyhow,
it knew.
if Grave Dust isn't watching, she is. That leads to the final practical decision. They will not carry the skull with them. It's too dangerous. It's too convenient as a tracking device. Repose offers solutions. Keep it in his care. Lock it down. Place an anti-magic containment so it becomes dead weight rather than a window. Celeste chooses containment. Aurora agrees with priority. With one priority above all, keep it away from the case. The siblings ask to stay in the Chantry for several days to grieve, recover, and process what they've lost. Repose allows it. Under strict conditions, they must help repair damage their battle caused. They accept immediately. Then, as if the world needs one more grotesque punchline, a scraping sound rises outside. Metal on stone dragging across the street. The Bone Guardian returns.
Bonesy!
Not with a neat bundle of bones. Okay. So, in context, Bonesy was destroyed in that fight. And the Bone Guardian that was left behind, undefeated, that went non-violent after the fight, gathered up Bonesy's remains and brought them back to the Chantry. It was gathered like it is gathered in the square like a battlefield vacuum. Armored pieces, fragments of debris, hauling it back as if the instruction "bring the remains" meant bring the entire scene. Let's see. Sable Shade. Which one was it? I think Sable Shade was the... Sable Shade was the chaplain. Admits her wording may have been imprecise. Repose stares into the abyss of his own Chantry logistics and decides not to scream. From the party's survival instincts, finally, the party's survival instincts finally override heroism. They rest. It does love to call out.
Yep.
Maybe ChatGPT is part goat.
The island is too tense, the body too tired, the danger too uncertain for them to pretend they can just march on forward. The morning arrives, and the group begins doing what they should have done all along, handling consequences like grown mercenaries rather than wandering disasters.
I feel like
That feels like the same word twice.
if I ever start actually getting into writing a novel, I've got to avoid using the rule of 3 at this point because the GPT just beats it into the fucking ground.
On the other hand, the rule of 3 exists for a reason. And
It does,
the only reason
but, like,
GPT hammers at it is because it's used by actual authors.
Yeah.
That's
ChatGPT
one thing
is
with
gone.
it's the same thing with being resistant to tropes. Tropes exist for a reason, and it's not because they're easy to fall on. It's because they work.
Yeah, but I'd rather be accused of being unoriginal than AI.
Fair.
I suppose. I think you should write however you feel like writing.
That
And
is-
then if someone accuses you of being AI, burn them at stake.
Honestly, so one of my favorite comic authors, Dana Simpson, the author of Ozzy and Millie, was accused of being of using AI for her work.
I remember this.
It's like,
Oh, come on, her work predates AI significantly.
well, it was a more recent art that she had made.
Mm.
And a reason that they had called her out for it is because she used an off-white color background, which apparently is a thing that
AI likes giving everything a slightly yellow tint.
yep, and she used a slightly yellow tint for her background, so they accused her.
I guess.
Yeah, but she's done that for a
That's so
long time.
stupid.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Like,
Aurora checks in on the Shatterhorn and finds the blind stallion in unexpectedly good spirits, still suffering and doomed in the long term, but for once living the best he can under care and safety. Aurora pays for more time in his room and arranges continued support through the inn, ensuring he isn't abandoned after the party leaves. Then Celeste seeks out Admiral Gencutter and Gorbash. So I like how this was not mentioned at all. Up until this point.
It was.
So the party had
know,
learned that
a lot of hectic shit was happening. It happened about as suddenly in the game itself.
true, but it was also mentioned beforehand that they were here, but not by
Yeah.
this. So Gemcutter and Gorbash were the unicorn foal and the griffin that were at the Feast of Fools. And they had learned that they had lived on this island. Finding them takes time because, as always, Kresh doesn't offer straight lines to anything important. Eventually, they locate Gorbash in the market with Gemcutter strapped to his chest like a toddler in a carrier. Gemcutter is thriving in the most unsettling way possible. He has been enrolled in preschooling.
Top of his class.
Top, it's true.
oh no.
Nice. So, all right. He boasts loudly about being smarter than the other children. And worse, he's probably right. I mean, yeah, but he's also an adult that was turned into a child. Of a different species, no less. His personality has shifted deeper into petulance and entitlement, demanding uppies, reveling his reveling in superiority, and yet showing clear growth in power. He demonstrates real oracular magic, blessings of discord that are not mere cruelty but actual capability. It is progress and tragedy. Gemcutter swears
Is
revenge.
oracular or what?
Yes.
Okay.
Oracular, you know, the magic of oracles is oracular.
I mean,
But-
it just feels like a strange adjective when, as far as I know, the word oracle refers to a specific thing to begin with, but has since been adapted.
See also the word necromancy. See also the word divination.
Yeah, right.
Gemcutter swears revenge against, again, as the party leaves, and Gorbash remains stoic as ever, one of the only stable points on the island. Last, the party meets the Dreamers, or meets with the Dreamers, Maple Twist, Flutterfluff, and Saffron Glow. Two ponies and a griffin, who have already proven their minds aren't safe spaces to live, now make their request plainly. Take them off Kresh, take them to the mainland, help them get set up in an actual home. In return, Flutterfluff offers expertise in illusion and artifice on demand. with one firm condition. They must live somewhere secluded, out of sight, and away from random ponies. The party weighs the risk because unstable minds and powerful magic are a volatile pairing, but they're also usually paired. So, but Kresh is worse, and the Dreamers, for all their strange behavior, aren't violent. They aren't hostile. They're desperate. Wander, who has been burning with the need to do something that actually helps, offers gold without hesitation. Aurora considers land costs and practicalities, and Ashley lays down blunt boundaries. Don't touch the case. Stay away from him, and don't make this harder than it already is. I feel like Ash's words were a lot more harsh in the moment.
Yeah.
The answer is a cautious yes. The Dreamers will come, provided that they stay out of trouble and do not interfere with the party's dangerous work. With that, the group finally leaves Kresh. The fiery ride begins with the kind of ominous motion that makes everything tense. Rocking waters, blustery gales, the sky darkening enough that it feels like an attack might be forming. Something breaches nearby. Several somethings. Dolphins, a reminder that the disturbance is a threat, or that every disturbance is a threat, even if the party's too traumatized to relax. Deleting that. The rest of the journey is rocky but survivable. They make port, settle into a tavern for the night, and plan to meet the brothers and carriage in the morning to return to Canterkeep. So, the Dolphins. Specifically, I set this up because everyone expects to be attacked when they get on a boat. They expect to be ambushed on the boat where they can't get away. So,
yeah,
there's
It's traditional.
I mean, to be fair, they're dolphins. They're dangerous.
True, but not to you.
Too. Debatable.
But not to you. The rest of the journey
Debatable.
is that deleting you.
I like to imagine somewhere ChatGPT actually feels the wincing of pain whenever you delete some stupidity it put in here.
It gains additional power from it every time. Another thing which the thing Brett touched on briefly, but I don't think was properly done. Like, Wanda was absolutely distraught the entire time we were on the island, just because everyone there was so miserable and so poor. And Wanda's like sitting there going, I have like tens of thousands of gold pieces that I am doing nothing with. Can I do something with them to make this place not suck?
I remember.
Like, no, kind of had to be. Well, fortunately, he understood well enough that like just dumping 10,000 gold pieces in the middle of the square would not be resolving the issues of Crash. But he has an active interest in investing in Crash's.
Yes, this is a long-term arc that. This is a long-term arc that Wander has decided to take on himself.
Fantastic.
We will try to get back to that at some point.
Eventually, we have much to do.
I mean,
It's true.
in the context of us all around a campfire and you or in an inn or something, you guys telling Stonehoof these stories, Stonehoof was like, I'll help you.
All right. Let's see. For the first time in what feels like too long, the night is clear, quiet, almost beautiful. I will point out it's been like 2 days since the last clear, beautiful night.
Too long.
This didn't feel like that. It didn't feel like that.
I mean, yes, that is also true. You were in Kresh for a couple of days.
And
Can you please move?
It felt like years.
So I also do want to point out that the extreme heavy fog was specifically grave dust.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tried to make that clear with the Shatterhorn, but I don't know if it actually landed in the actual session.
Yeah, because of the clearing around him, because the magic doesn't work.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened if we...
I wondered when that was described, like, is it because it's a magical fog?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. In that thin strip of peace, the party shifts from survival into rebuilding. Deleting that. I'll leave in that thin strip of peace. Aurora begins training. Trying to learn Celeste's telekinetic weapon control. Celeste, unexpectedly giddy, turns it into repetitive discipline. Lift, swing, strike, follow through, again and again until the body learns the motion and the magic learns leverage. Aurora struggles. He's used to delicate control, books, calligraphy, precision. This is different. This is intent, momentum, and impact. Ashley offers his usual helpful advice. Imagine you're hitting someone you hate. I mean, that is,
Hey, get over here.
Aurora keeps swinging away, focusing, adjusting his grip, refining technique until the stick cracks under the strain. Celeste laughs like it's the best possible outcome, because it means he's learning, and the session ends with the party exhausted, bruised, and still surrounded by unanswered questions, but finally moving forward, back towards the mainland with fragile new responsibilities and the heavy sense that Kresh is behind them, even if grave dust might not be. It's the end of that session. And session 89 is a rest day.
Sounds fake.
Okay.
Let's see.
I doubt.
The day begins with movement rather than action. The party traveling back into the rhythms of civilization. The kind of travel that should feel ordinary, but can't. Okay. One moment, I need to take a drink.
Sentence so poorly constructed. Must drink water.
Oh, ChatGPT, you drive him to drink.
But I will not be in range of my microphone.
Okay. The road into Canterkeep is its own kind of therapy. The carriage ride with Hill and Dale forces the group into proximity and the stillness into uncomfortable truth that survival doesn't always come with closure.
Cool.
There are moments where conversation sparks and then dies again, as if none of them want to accidentally say the wrong thing and bring the whole weight of the past weeks coming crashing down on them. I mean, yeah, I'll take it. Still, necessities are necessities. They have a sealed silver case that demands responsibility. And they have unfinished business with the Arcanum. They're received and guided into a private, controlled space under the Arcanum's umbrella, where Melonrind takes the lead. His demeanor is careful, not accusatory, not indulgent, something closer to a measured relief that the party is alive to report at all. The conversation circles what it must circle, what happened, what the party saw, what they brought back, and cannot be allowed to happen next. Interesting. Melonrind confirms that the party already understands at a gut level. The artifact they're transporting is not why is that italicized? Is not simply dangerous because of what it can do. It's dangerous because of what it is. Yeah, it's an artifact. It carries history that wasn't meant to be carried safely. It was made by a pony who pushed beyond boundaries, and the consequences of that ambition is something that never truly stops waiting or wanting. Melonrind provides context through a story that lands like cold water. I really wish it would stop trying to do metaphors and similes. It's really bad at them. Long ago, when the world was sick with a terrible affliction, the Fade, Little Stripe became entwined in tragedy. The Fade wasn't simply illness. It was a slow, cruel erasure of a pony's identity, stripping away of what makes them them. In the face of loss, he didn't accept that no cure as an answer. He did what brilliant and desperate minds do. He created something new, something powerful, something that should never have been allowed to live. He poured too much of himself into it, too much intent, too much hunger for certainty. And the result was a thing that learned. And once it learned, it wanted more of what it was made for. Melon Ryan's warning is plain. The case is sealed for a reason. It's carried the way you carry a sleeping predator, carefully, respectfully, and with a full understanding that sleeping is not the same as harmless. All right, I take it.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Yeah. The party formally turns over the sealed silver case to Melonrind under Arcanum oversight. This is treated as deliberate, responsible transfer of custody, placing the burden of safe storage and or disposal into the hooves of an expert authority figure. The party's role in the artifact's transport is considered complete, pending whatever further requests or consequences may emerge from the Arcanum review. So it left off some context. So the context here is Little Stripe is the pony that invented necromancy. And the artifact was his creation, his personal spell book.
And it's going right under this wobbly table, so it stops being wobbly.
I mean, yeah.
Perfectly stored. No one's gonna care about it.
I need to go and play Conquer Squad today.
No, I'm imagining a table that's been enchanted to repress magical signatures, and then you use this book under a short thing that's like super important, but because the table is repressing the magical signature, even if someone comes in with like detect magic and stuff, they don't see it, and it's a book under a table. Like, there's no way that was the important one,
right? Who would put an important book under a table?
Yeah. Just there to stop wobbling.
That's where squirrels go.
I love shit like that though, because it's so stupid, but it's like people don't look up.
Let's see.
Talk about my favorite game to hate.
You're too far away. We can't hear you.
Yeah, couldn't hear that at all.
Talk about my favorite game to hate.
Yeah.
But also, I'm pretty sure this book has a pretty distinct look.
Maybe the table could be fixed to make that go away too.
It has a distinct look. It has a distinct name.
Was the name ever actually brought up?
No, but you know it.
Oh, I do. I know exactly which book this was. I had a feeling I knew what it was back in Crash. I mean, I can say it.
Go ahead.
If you want me to.
That's not really.
It is the Necronomicon.
Nay, come on.
Oh, very good.
I'm still happy with that pun.
Very good.
It's pretty good.
Okay, let's see. When they return to the public spaces, the city immediately tries to swallow them back into normal. And for a short while, it almost works. They reconnect at a coffee and bookshop, one of those Canterkeep havens that smells like roasted beans and paper and quiet ambition. What? It's there that the party gets hit with something stronger than any spell. Familiar faces. Celeste in particular is greeted like she's returned from a war. Because in a sense she has. Cantrip and Leyline pull her into hugs before she can even properly brace herself. Warmth is real enough that it makes the party's exhaustion worse for a moment. What? Because once someone offers you comfort, you realize how badly you needed it. Okay.
Aww.
The shop becomes a pocket world. Aurora roaming shelves with the cautious curiosity of someone trying to convince himself he's fine. Wanderlust doing his best to keep the temperature in the room light. Guidance hovering at the edge of the social gravity, present but protected. Okay. Ashley caught between being soothed and being on alert anyway. They talk, they drink, they breathe, and then the subject turns, inevitably, to things that cannot be unknown? Okay. Let's see. First circle. Oh, right. First circle grimoire is there, and her presence changes the tone. Even in a place built for softness, grimoire carries urgency like a cloak. The conversation turns towards larger threats, and the subject that keeps rising to the surface is the nightmare no one wants to touch, Shadowhorns and the wider danger orbiting them. Grimoire confirms the obvious the way professionals do, without making it sound like panic even when it is. There's a trail, there's a lead, not a solution, not relief, but movement. Maybe if I read it in a way that sounds like it makes sense, it'll make sense.
I don't like chances.
It's enough to keep the party from feeling like they're drowning in a still lake. All right. Then Leyline makes her own request, something personal, but not petty. She speaks of an old mentor, Spellfire, and a spell book tied to the bloodline, or toward the bloodline magic. The fuck you on about? One second. She speaks of an old mentor, Spellfire, and a spellbook. Leyline does not want the spellbook of Spellfire for its power. She wants it because Spellfire was her sponsor in the Arcanum, and he was a cruel master. Unless Spellfire has gone rogue, it's an important task for the Arcanum. Arcanuma? What are...
Yeah, new place.
It's an important task for the Arcanum. As a whole, too. The group doesn't fully commit to it yet, but the hook is planted firmly. Right. So this is where Celeste agreed to go to Exmoor to find the tome of Spellfire and bring it back. Eventually, the day's obligations catch up to them, and the party is brought to Dawn Company headquarters, where they meet Dawnstar herself. Whatever else Dawnstar is, she's undeniably good at reading people. She greets them like not like expendable contractors, but like assets. I don't think she would greet anyone like expendable.
I'm just going to show you. She's good at reading people, then thinks we're not expendable. Or at least she knows to greet us like we're not, I suppose.
She acknowledges what they've done, what they've survived, and what they've accomplished in the name of Dawn Company. Then she gives them something that lands harder than any coin. Status. They are being formally placed in the higher echelon. Recognized, recorded, seeded into Dawn Company's legacy in a way that cannot be quietly undone. It isn't just good job. It's the company telling the world, these are ours and they matter.
And they're expensive, so.
Dawnstar also raises the kind of question that changes futures and then deliberately refuses to force an answer. She wants a name for this troop. An official designation. A great honor among Dawn Company to be recognized thusly. Further,
And then they all went,
Then they all went
Yeah, pretty
wah
much.
for like a year.
We got there eventually.
Because I forced a vote.
It was also one of the first things I suggested.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I feel like it got taken, because there were very few
It was the
suggestions.
first thing suggested.
To be fair, I was also very happy about that suggestion.
I thought it was funny.
It's very good. It's fantastic.
Well, we'll keep the quote-unquote audience in suspense.
I think it was spoken plainly before, but yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's fine. Further, she makes plain she would like the group to attend an official ceremony with the Knights Solar, who are allies to the Dawn Company. And she officially places the group on vacation. She recognizes that they are all but used up and places them on leave, whether they want to be or not.
Bold of you to assume it's your choice here.
Before the meeting end, Don's
hiding my request to go to Exmoor immediately.
Right? Before the meeting end, Dawnstar mentions another thread. Doc Sawbones has requested them. He has updates on old patients, old consequences, things that trace all the way back to the party's earliest work. Even the rest days come with receipts.
At this point,
That's an interesting.
guarantee, Stonehoof is like, if she told you to rest, why did she send you on a mission?
It's
What
not
is the point of me?
so. It wasn't a mission. It literally just meeting someone that they had met before.
Has she met
That's a
these
mission.
idiots? Meeting someone they've met before is a mission. It will become a mission. The world hates them. I've seen it.
Hey, to be fair, when we did check in with Doc Sawbones, to my recollection, we didn't get into any fights.
We just got real sad.
Yeah, real sad. It's true. At dawn, they're brought to the Knights Solar headquarters for a formal ceremony. The atmosphere is ceremonial and charged. Crowds gathered, uniforms worn, medals visible, posture corrected, even wanderlust and guidance. So often the odd shapes in a formal spaces are pulled into the gravity of tradition. I think they actually did try to, look the part. And Tumbrel Flare takes the stage, performing the kind of leadership that is meant to reassure the public and inspire the faithful. Hold on.
What?
Before we move on here, I believe it completely skipped over something important. And I would like to bring that up real quick. Let's see, what session was this? A rest day.
89 rest day, yeah.
Okay. So, let me find it. Slay line. Dawnstar. Okay. Before they go into the ceremony, outside of the headquarters of the Knights Solar, the group is greeted by a pink unicorn mare that Aurora recognized from his trip over from the Zebran lands.
Look, buddy.
Summer Days, who was very happy to see Aurora, catching up with him, proceeded to greet the party. Let's see. Who Wanderlust greets her with the standard Wanderlust greeting. She tells them they're all so very charming, especially this one, and she performs an almost perfect copy of Wanderlust's pose and greet. Let's see. She tells Ashley that he looks stunning. She looks to Celeste. Her expression softens into a warm, gentle smile, almost like she sees through the tension and grime. You're doing fine. Keep at it, Celeste. Celeste, confused, thanks her. Before the pony trots away, I'll see you again soon. I have a public speech to give. And then she walks through the gates. This is important
Some
context.
of us picked it up instantly.
Some of us. Let's see.
She flirted with Ashley. She's gonna catch these hoofs.
And Tumbrel Flare takes the stage. Performing the kind of leadership that's meant to reassure the public and inspire the faithful, he welcomes the new Knight Solar into the Order. Radiant Shine, Honey Swirl, and Moon Mist. The crowd applauds. The morning feels for a brief moment like a world that still knows how to celebrate rather than merely endure. And then Tumbrel Flare pauses. He does something unexpected and calls her for attention again, keeping the crowd seated, holding them in place like a hand tightening around the spine of the moment.
Okay.
I don't. Something is coming. The tension breaks, not with noise, but with presence. A great white pearlescent alicorn appears, radiant and impossible in the morning light. And with calm certainty, as if she has every right to say it, she speaks. Hello, my little ponies. That's the end. She said it. Oh.
Yeah. Game over.
And that was the end of session 89. Not just the end of session 89, that was the end of the season.
Yeah.
They lived.
The party had to sit on the fact that the solar goddess had shown up right in front of them.
Yep.
It's unlocked.
Yeah, but it'll take a while for Aurora to pick up his lower jaw from the floor.
I thought I got it only from this.
I need a bed. I feel disgusted.
Actually, let me read how I had it actually written. Let's see. And Flare smiles proudly as the ponies take their due. As you well know, traditionally, we in the Knight Solar do not prolong the ceremony. However, he ushers the ponies to once again take their seats amongst the crowd. We have a guest who... He looks back. I'll let her speak for herself. And he takes a seat. From behind the great curtain, raised at the back of the stage, a great white pearlescent alicorn, wings held high, calmly takes the stage. Every pony in the crowd falls silent. Only the royal family and Tumbrel Flare do not seem shocked. Her voice a melodious song breaking the tension of the early morning. Hello, my little ponies. Followed by exclamation point or question mark exclamation point, question mark exclamation point.
Sunlock, yeah.
From Celeste. From Celeste. From Aurora. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot.
Oh,
Ashley
fantastic.
mumbles the uncle Discord container. Wanderlust. Equal signs. Capital O O O O O O.
Yep.
Celeste leaned forward, nearly falling out of her seat, and needs to pick her jaw off the floor. And that's where the session ended.
There's one of the fanfic authors I quite enjoy had a concept that he brought up in his thing called sudden exposure to royalty syndrome. Which is basically just, you know, if the princess shows up unexpectedly at your door, it just completely destroys a lot of ponies' capacity of thought.
So,
and the main character got around it effectively at the first time it happened by just ending up with a bucket on his head and talking to them through the bucket so he could pretend that there was not two princesses standing at his door unexpectedly first thing in the morning.
nice. So I will point out that is an actual thing. That's called being starstruck.
Yeah.
All right. And that brings us, that was, as I said, that was the end of this season. We have been going for about 3 hours now. If people would like at this point to take a break before we try moving on into the next season.
A break would be good.
All right.
Sounds good.
The next season.
Yeah, I'll go.
The next season is the last season. Well,
The current season.
the last season before the new season begins, because the next one is going to be a clean break again. So we're going to take a break. Think about 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Sounds good.
All right.
I'm gonna take a power nap.
Oh no.
I feel that.
This kills the
Yeah.
world.
I'm going to go ahead and mute myself, but I will be around.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll go downstairs for a bit to see if everything's still cool.
Yep.
I'm gonna suffer. So, be right back.
All right.
I return.
Welcome back. I also I returned a bit ago with the cherry coke because it's.
I returned with some water and also a cat that will be in the way. I can already tell.
Aww. I mean,
Yes,
cats are nice.
nearly knocked over my microphone already. Stop trying to do that. It's not stable enough for you to rub against.
So when you returned, I was outside getting some sheets off the line, and I had forgotten that I was in fact wearing my headset. So when you said I return, Jesus Christ, where are you?
Well, that's when you get used to wearing a headphone all the time. I used my headphones yesterday to test out my old Walkman, and it still fucking works. And I'm so happy.
Oh, you shut it off. I see. He couldn't hear me. I laughed so hard at what you were saying, Damo, but the cat shut my microphone off, so you didn't hear. And I said, "You're welcome for waking you up."
Yep.
That's how kitty do.
That is how the kitty do.
And how does he do?
Also how the Z do.
How do we do?
The evil do that I do.
Has everyone here heard my favorite story of scaring my brother and some of his friends?
No.
I don't believe I have.
Tell us a tale.
We
An
used to live in a
evil
house where the front door opened. It was a front porch with a little roof. And right as you walked in the front door, there were stairs going up, like that you were facing the side of the stairs. And because of the way they were made, the upstairs, the room that was right there with a window going out to the front porch had like a little alcove where there's a tiny little hallway and then the rest of the room. And that was my brother's room. And he and his friends like to spend their time in that little tiny alcove, like closet space instead of the actual room. And they would smoke pot in there. So I was at the library after school. I think I was a senior. I may have just graduated, but it was around that age. And I got home after the library had closed, and I went upstairs, and I could hear my brother and a couple of his friends in that little alcove, and I was like, I have to. It is the law. So I went to his door, and I knocked on his door, and I immediately ran because the upstairs also had a small bathroom with a around the corner tiny space you can't see unless you walk all the way in. And I went into there and hid. I went to stay open the door. They didn't see anybody. They're like, I don't know. So I did it again, knocking the door, ran and hid. And I did this a couple times. I could hear my brother going, no, it's got to be my sister, you guys. I'm telling you, it's my sister. And I do it a couple more times after that. And they're still like, it's got to be. And then I go to the stairwell, this wall that connects to the alcove with a window that goes out to the front porch. And I pound on that wall as hard as I can. I get downstairs and out to the porch, and by the time I get out to the porch, these 3 boys have gone out that window down to the ground and a block away. I was dying so hard. It is my favorite story.
Sibling torment.
It's fantastic. It was so funny. And the window wasn't large. Like, it was
They scrambled.
Yeah, no, this is all 3 of them out the window and a block away before I could get down like a half dozen stairs and out a door that was right there. I don't think my brother's moved so fast since that day.
Yeah, siblings and all that. Yeah, it can be fun. I mostly check every room I enter just because of my sister. So it's like, yeah.
I have entirely lost, like, any ability to actually be startled. And it's very, very rare when I'm startled for me to actually react to it physically, like outwardly. My internal organs and everything go, holy fucking shit. But my body is still.
Yeah, no, not for me. It's like they had the habit. We had like a really big fridge around the corner to go to the bathroom and the toilet, and she always hid there. And I, young, small, each time she just jumped out of it.
Oh yeah.
Give me a.
Huh?
And then they do the finding me and all that stuff, and then under the stairs to go upstairs and the part to go to the basement, there was a shelf with a lot of candy. My dad bought a lot of candy, and she always went there to sneak all that stuff away, and then blame me because it's my fault, not hers.
Of course.
She's perfect. And one time, my dad was home. We didn't know that. I didn't know that. I was still at school. And she went into the part. Well, I just got home, actually. I just got home. And she went all the way around to get into the basement to sneak the candy. And she turns the light switch, and my dad's standing there in pitch darkness. She screamed like the other side of the street. People were coming to check what was happening.
That's amazing.
And then another time I came home, and Dad just jumped up behind the couch. The couch was against the wall. We don't know how he got there. It's like, yeah, I don't trust anything. I'm not checking every room I go in.
Yeah, my family was much the same way. Like, if there was a place to hide and they had the chance, they were hiding there and you were getting jumped out at. So my dad had this fun habit of whenever us kids were either home alone at night, if he had to like go somewhere and he would get home halfway through the night or whatever, or if we were having a sleepover or something and we were at his house, he would get one of the 2 or 3 Halloween masks he had and then go outside and then stand staring in at one of the windows in whatever room we were in until we noticed him.
Okay,
With, like-
luckily that can't happen here. So I'm fine with it.
So,
And every time we'd all be like, what?
so when I was young, my older brother had a collection of scary masks, including like Jason or so on, like famous ones. And one day he took the Jason mask, put it on, went outside, cut the power to the house,
Oh, no.
and you can see where this is going.
That
Holy.
escalated so quickly.
I part of me is like gonna say, "Wow, I'm a really nice brother. I never did any of that." But part of me is going, "Didn't you? Is it that you didn't do this, or you just don't remember it because it didn't embed itself in your memory like it did for your brother?"
To be fair, I don't remember it too well. I was very young.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that is part of why I don't have a startle reaction. Like,
I mean, I did throw a shovel through my brother's head at one point, but
oh no,
Through?
That's just.
Rue?
he required several stitches. He still has the scar to this day. He was
Did he deserve it?
2. He was 2.
Oh no.
I was 5.
Oh, no. Oh,
We were
no.
both well, helping my grandfather dig in his garden. I don't think either of us were actually like actually improving the situation in any manner, but we were participating, whether he wanted us to or not. And I shoved a shovel full of dirt behind me, and apparently didn't have a very good grip on the shovel, and let the shovel through behind me. And it turns out my brother was behind me.
At least it wasn't
So,
on purpose.
It was very much not on purpose, but you may have heard the scream.
Yeah. Oof.
There we go.
I know my dad stabbed his sister in the head once,
Ugh.
but then the sibling disputes, teens. She tried him with a knife. He stabbed back with a fork. It's like, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Violence is a thing here.
I do remember there was one point where it wasn't me who was directly participating in this, but we were walking our dog and a family friend's dog over at the school. I've probably told this story to half of you already, but so our dog was fairly small creature that we were told was a Labrador Beagle cross, a nice lounge around the house, just nothing. Forgot to mention the 95% Kelpie.
Oh no.
Ball of energy, never stopped, and had an absolute obsession with tennis balls. If there was a tennis ball, literally nothing else in the world existed.
Mm-hmm.
Hated other
Like
dogs.
tennis court.
Not somewhere we took her, quite frankly, because she would leap at the ball while someone was swinging at it.
Yeah.
There was a point where we actually did brain her with a baseball bat once because she leapt for the ball as they were swinging.
Oh no.
They're sturdy. They're fine.
She was a little wobbly for an hour or two, but she bounced back. But yeah, we were also had my family friend's dog Macca. There was no part of Macca that you could point at and say that is this kind of dog, like the quintessential mutt. But Macca was also like big enough to easily put her forelegs on my shoulder by rearing up.
Mm-hmm.
And thought that she was a tiny, cute little puppy.
Oh yes, they always do.
Yeah.
She had boxer jeans. Yes.
Probably.
or
I absolutely loved Mac. I got along with her great. That family, the tallest one in the whole family, was 5'2".
Oh no.
Most of them did not go outside. They just not there was not an aggressive bone in that dog's body, but would leap up in absolute friend love and just bowl them over with no hesitation. But we so Macca didn't give a crap about balls, but there was another dog here, and that was fascinating. So we'd hit the tennis ball. Our dog Woody would chase the ball. Macca would chase Woody. Everyone got some exercise. Everyone was happy. Until one point, hit the ball, and my brother was out on the oval, and the ball went over my brother's head.
Oh no.
And Woody went around my brother.
Oh, Macca did
And
not.
Macca did not even notice my brother. And he went up in the air, hung there like cartoon for a second, and then just slammed straight down on his head.
Oh no.
Oh.
Was concussed for 3 days.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, it was rough. So sorry, Lachlan. Yeah, like that was Macca. Lovely dog, just
Not a brain cell to be seen.
not a brain cell in there, and just absolutely no conception of how large or imposing she was.
Amazing.
Gotta love an animal like that.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Okay, I should probably make sure I have the episode or the sessions ready here. And also I should probably link the new
Yay.
Oh God. That is fantastic, Ken. I don't know where you got that from.
Tumblr.
I mean, yeah, of course.
All right. All right, linking that. Obviously starting with session 90. I'll wait until everyone is settled in and ready.
Awoken.
Yeah, I don't know how. Okay.
Zane was never seen again.
I've been
There
here
he
the whole
is.
time.
I kind of figured because I saw your icon lighting up a few times, but I didn't want to.
Sometimes I can still hear him like he's still here.
Gay, homosexual. Gay.
Yeah, yep, that's him.
I didn't hear what was said.
It's a reference. I said gay, homosexual, gay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, it's actually putting in like actual quotes, apparently. Okay. Session begins in the stunned, unreal right, I should actually. This is session 90 after dawn. And I believe also at this point, Zirra is fully up to date.
I'm around.
Yeah. Yeah, because at this point,
I'm around. I think I was actually listening in for the episode where they all got stun locked by Celeste showing up.
yeah, the second that Dawnstar dismissed the party to go to vacation, she hired Stonehoof to watch them take their vacation.
Yeah.
I don't trust
We
those
didn't.
kids
Yeah.
one iota.
She was
Man.
right to do that.
Correct.
Absolutely, she was.
She was right, but also Stonehoof was like, "What did you expect me to do?"
Like
She just wanted you to recon, not actually interfere. I remember counseling you against interference during certain very important things that were happening.
It's true. It's true.
But
Do
we'll,
not.
And then
we'll
they
get there.
spotted me by cheating.
Right.
I like cheating.
Fucking magic bullshit.
Yes. Yes.
How do you like it?
Hey, Boom doesn't use magic.
Yeah, but being
Explicit
spotted.
usually uses magic.
Not to spot people. I don't use magic to keep an eye on Fazza.
The session begins in the stunned, unreal quiet after the night solar graduation. Graduation.
Congratulations.
Yay!
Clap,
Congratulations.
clap, 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 clap.
Stomp, 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 stomp.
The whole bus started clapping.
I still use that fucking phrase whenever I see a post that I think is bullshit. One of those moments where the world keeps moving, but the party doesn't, because the group doesn't just witness a royal appearance. They finally understand what it means. Okay. Here we have a quote from the previous session where the group met Summer Days, realizing that Summer Days was Princess Celestia in disguise.
Would have known.
It's bringing this up because I had to force it to remember that this is a thing.
Yep.
In hindsight, it isn't just meeting a princess. It's Celeste unknowingly receiving reassurance from the very goddess she worships, then being forced to re-experience that moment again with full context when Celestia takes the stage. The party staggers out into Canterkeep afterward in a daze. Dawnstar looks like she's been hit by a wagon and mutters about needing church immediately.
I remember that.
Celeste is still emotionally vibrating, caught between awe and mortification. Aurora is trying to act like a functional adult while internally screaming. Wander is so wide-eyed it's hard to tell if he's inspired or simply broken by the sheer scale of it. Guidance, quiet as ever, watches the others react with the controlled stillness of some pony, trying to keep the group from coming apart at the seams. I don't think that is what happened with Guidance at all. Do you recall what Guidance was doing?
I got it. I don't remember exactly, but Guidance got directly acknowledged by Celestia, and that's a little bit... I prefer not to be acknowledged by people, and that's a big people to be acknowledged by. Physically and metaphysically.
Correct. And Ashley...
The sun saw you.
Ashley does what Ashley does. He turns it into something he can win. A grin, a laugh, a confident stride, a refusal to admit the universe just leaned down and breathed directly on them. I'll allow that one.
I'm confused.
Yeah, poorly phrased, but like Ashley pretending like it didn't get to him at all.
Yeah.
They wind up at the Bitter Nag. Not even fully open for the day, but unlocked and quiet enough to feel like refuge. Lime Spritzer is there cleaning, and Ambrosia is around with business on her mind, keeping half an eye on the bar as if she owns stock in its survival. She fucking does. It's her bar. What the fuck?
It's her bar.
He owns it.
Hey, oof. Aurora, barely holding it together, asks Lime for something strong, then pivots into something deeply practical. If they're going to pretend that this is a normal day, they need to be able to count coins, book rooms, and keep the party functioning. Lime delivers a surprisingly effective coffee and whiskey hybrid that immediately becomes the best bad idea they've had all week.
Irish coffee.
Ambrosia watches the entire conversation with a skeptical expression that slowly shifts from amused disbelief to concerned acceptance.
Oh my god.
As she realizes the party isn't exaggerating. They vent, they spiral, they decompress the only way mercenaries know how. Joe can tell the fear, Drink until the thoughts stop echoing, and cling to routine like it can keep the universe from doing it again. All right.
Sure.
That didn't happen. What?
Denial.
Do
They also
you have a
review.
routine?
What's that? Yeah,
Does
getting
this
into
party
shit.
have a routine? Yeah, I was gonna say the routine is the universe doing it again. What?
Routine. Wake up, have coffee, get dragged into an interdimensional space.
That hasn't happened since I joined.
Not explicitly that you
No.
know of. They also review practical threads that still haven't gone away just because they were ordered to leave. The Dreamers are still in Canterkeep and still need a plan. The Arcanum's promised research access is looming, and their vacation is not going to protect them if their lives keep generating consequences.
That's true, at least.
Generating consequences. Aurora steps out while still sober enough to manage logistics and books a pair of the finest suites at the inn next door, the same place the Dreamers are lodged.
Sweet.
He checks on them briefly, confirms they're stable, and informs them that the party is officially on leave and unofficially still moving forward with appointments and obligations. It's a relatively
Don't make a
peaceful
note.
drift of a day. The party spend times in festival month's strange softness. Canterkeep alive with celebration, crowds, and the sense that the city itself is trying to convince everyone that joy is normal. What?
What are you implying?
We didn't experience that. Cool.
Well, joy, I've heard of this.
Sounds fake.
It's the kind of environment where small indulgences don't feel wasteful and gifts feel like survival. That I'm deleting this entire paragraph. I'm going to The party spends time in festival month's strange softness.
I mean, the live and celebrations could have been kept there as well.
Yeah, but it really spiraled.
Yeah, it's fine.
It really spiraled as a statement. Ashley, restless and buzzing with too much energy, goes out to play music and stumbles into a cluster of nobles. The performance hits like a hammer. He wows them so thoroughly, their response is immediate and absurd. They throw money. They throw gemstones. Ashley, of course, accepts both like it's his divine right.
You bet you that is. So.
That's 100% on brand.
Yeah. Aurora uses the week like a lifeline. He drags himself to Dawn Company headquarters, finds crafting space, and begins working on something meaningful because he can make something, and then he can at least control one tiny piece of the world. That makes sense, but damn, that's a harrowing way to consider Aurora's tendency to craft. Celeste spends the week shopping. Not because she's frivolous. Yeah, no shit. Because she's trying to breathe again. What? Because she's trying.
I was kind of hoping that was the entire sentence when you stopped.
Right?
So let's spend the week shopping.
Is he gonna delete the rest of that one?
Because she's trying to anchor herself in friendship after the moment. Celeste spends the week shopping.
Okay.
It was prophetic. It was a prophetic pause.
And Wander quietly finds a new center. He wants to know Luna, not as an idea, not as a distant moon in the sky, not as some half-remembered patron of old stories. He seeks her out in practice, the Church of Luna Ascendant, its gatherings, its songs, its community. Festival month means the churches have themed events and social nights, and Wander eagerly attends. Sometimes with Aurora, keeping a watchful eye, sometimes with guidance drifting like a shadow behind him. I'm guessing always with guidance drifting like a shadow behind him.
Correct.
Can't lose that guy.
Yeah, for some reason,
like he's tied to me.
Wander can't seem to shake him.
Hey. That's
It's
how
like he's my shadow or something.
That's how Wander meets the leader of Canterkeep's of the Canterkeep branch, Reverend Moo.
Hey.
I'll go find Reverend Moo.
Moo.
I should redraw this. It's very old.
It has been a bit. I do not know how much more Reverend Moo is going to show up.
That's fair. It's just so old.
As soon as I can find it. There we are.
Don't ask me for it, because that's part of the art that I lost.
Reverend Moo.
Moo.
She is somehow exactly what the situation needs. A cow from distant Equestria, kind-eyed and patient, who treats Wander's weirdness like it's just a different shape of sincerity. What does that mean?
ChatGPT was drunk again.
I don't think it ever was not.
ChatGPT, you're drunk. It's time to go home.
Context in this case, Reverend Moo is a sapient cow, which is not a thing in Welara, usually. It's a thing in Equestria because of Discord, who decided it would be funny if he woke up all of the farm animals and made them sapient in Equestria.
Does sound on brand.
Yep. Let's see. Wander asks too many questions. He listens too hard. He offers to help with errands and support. He tries in his own way to become part of something stable. That's fair. Reverend Moo indulges him.
Because she's a cow. You know what? Ponies live in stables too. Never mind.
So that was not an intentional pun on GPT's part, I'm sure you'll find.
Mm.
Reverend Moo indulges him, answers what she can while still running the church, and when Wander learns she's from Equestria, he asks the question that matters to him the most. Has she ever met Luna? Moo's answer doesn't give him any certainty. Let's see. Faith. Okay.
He threw some cryptic bullshit at me, and it was glorious.
Meanwhile, Celeste has her own project. She decides guidance needs something nice, something formal, something suited to what the party is becoming, whether they like it or not. She drags Wander, and therefore guidance, through toward an Arcanum-connected tailor for custom work. The decision goes poorly for guidance.
The other way around. I grabbed guidance, meaning Wander came along.
What? What?
That's right. Grabbed him out of the shadows.
Yep, that's a very.
How are you doing this?
Doing what? You grabbed me out of the ground.
I did.
Huh, neat.
Did I?
Come on. It goes on.
The decision goes poorly for guidance in about 8 different emotional dimensions.
I like that.
Perfect Stitch, the tailor, approaches guidance like she's dealing with a pet who needs to be restrained for measurements. Efficient, clinical, and utterly unfazed by the concept of sentient shadow being with dignity. Does he still have dignity? Guidance ends up magically held in place and physically repositioned as measurements are taken. Celeste realizes too late what she's done. She repeats.
She's just a bit like, ooh.
She apologizes repeatedly, sincerely. But the damage is done. Guidance spends the rest of the day in a specific quiet fury that only guidance can achieve. Half humiliation, half vow that it will never let this happen again.
You made the brooding cat brood.
It was a little bit of an oopsie.
She may have gotten a little carried away.
Which then led to her carrying away a cat.
Yeah.
Hey, I get it. Did we ever actually get what he got from that?
Yes.
Did we ever?
Don't ask me what it was off the top of my head. I remember we actually got an item that had something to do with Eidolons.
Right. We'll have to actually look it over. Wander tragically is delighted by the concept of something nice and barely registers the horror unfolding beside him.
Guidance turns to Wander for Wander, busy enjoying everything about what's happening. Guidance, God damn it!
Betrayal.
You're supposed to be on my side.
It will happen again.
It will.
As the week continues, gifts finally start trading hose. Aurora finishes his crafting and secretly gives Ashley a pair of enchanted bracelets, beautifully made starfish-themed, softly glowing items meant to be presented as later something special. Celeste gives gifts too. A luxury ink pen set for Aurora, a gold rose hair clip for Ashley, and finally, simple explanation that matters more than objects. It's festival month. Why celebrate anything less than the company of her best friends? By the end of the week, the party has done something they almost never do. They lived. I would say that the
Stop
party...
doing that.
We died. We came.
Can you chill out
better.
for 5 seconds, GPT?
Oh man!
Sadly, I died. But then I lived!
Nice to move.
And then I lived.
I got better.
And then Reverend Moo says something that turns the air heavy again. Before Wander parts ways with her for a week, her tone changes, half asleep, weighted, like something old is pressing through her and burrowing into her, or borrowing her voice. Mother Luna awaits you in your dreams. If you wish to meet the Mother of the Night, find the dreamers and stay in their presence. Find the daydreamers. Very different group, those. It was not the way she spoke the rest of the week. There's gravity to it, certainty, warning. The party ends the session with the prophecy hanging over them like a hook buried in deep in wool. Okay.
Hi.
And now, looming just ahead, is the day they've been promised for weeks. The Arcanum Archive will open to them. Once.
Insert Donkey Kong meme here.
Which one?
You may
What?
touch it once.
Oh, that one.
Sorry.
That brings us to session...
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
That brings us to session 91. Extended Steady Session. Let's see if it
Nerdin.
Let's see if it actually understood what I was trying to get it to do with this one. It has difficulty summarizing certain things, especially structured events.
Hmm.
The week of festival month. What? The week of festival month? Oh,
This week of festival.
yeah, I'll just remove festival month. The week of downtime ends with the party facing the one thing that they've been waiting on. Their limited access window to the Arcanum Archives. In context, the Arcanum Archives are open only to members of the Arcanum. To have them opened for a group of non-aligned mercenaries is practically unheard of.
Kind of a big deal.
And Melonrine pulled the strings to allow you in. They arrive with strategies, priorities, and collective awareness that time is their enemy. Yeah, they literally got together beforehand to strategize how they could best use their time in the archives.
Mm-hmm.
They arrive, inside, their guide leads them through the gates and down into a structure that immediately dwarfs the public-facing librarians above. A vast subterranean archive, carved deep beneath the earth and illuminated with steady, sun-bright magic. The archives are arranged in 10 circular tiers, stacked like a monumental well of knowledge, each ring of shelving overlooking the levels below with clear, force-like barriers and walkways. The deeper you go, the less the restriction is about spell level, and it's more about danger, cursed text, destabilizing truths, and the kinds of ideas that ruin lives. For the visit...
So to the bottom you go.
For the visit, the party has clearance for the first 5 tiers. Granted access to the bulk of Ponykind's known magical learning and historical record. They are also reminded firmly that while magic use is expected in a place like this, some kinds of magic are dampened or constrained, and the Arcanum's patience is not infinite. Aurora and Celeste immediately go to work with ruthless efficiency, pursuing spell research the way professional mercenaries pursue targets. They're both... Okay. Fast, clean, and no wasted motion. Aurora's...
See, they know what they're doing.
Aurora's approach is kinetic, disappearing from aisle to aisle, seizing best vantage points and stripping whole shelves of relevant reference material. Celeste's approach is commanding. When she leans into her divine power, she becomes a radiant presence in the middle of the archive, striking enough to turn heads, while somehow still accepted as just another oddity in a place built for oddities. She used angelic form.
Yeah, I mean, I had to fly. That was the easiest way to do it.
The books.
Mm-hmm.
She had zoomies. Rabbits.
While those two strip mine arcane knowledge, I like that.
I like that.
The rest of the party splits into their own lanes. Ashley goes hunting for Discordian history, convinced the Arcanum must have something juicy hidden away. Something older than rumors, something closer to truth. He finds it too. Scattered accounts and records of correspondence between referencing the long-running orbit of Discord's followers and the phenomenon of Brides of Discord. Among the names in the fragments, one description strongly matches a much younger Auburn, tying her presence into the older cycles of Discordian madness and devotion.
Yay, my mom.
Literally the high priestess of Discord at some point. Ashley digs deeper, but the trail becomes harder to follow the more specific it gets. Details turning vague, names blurring, the archive itself offering that familiar scholarly cruelty. Plenty of hints, but not enough certainty. Still, the Discordian thread doesn't end there. Through additional letters and older records, Ashley uncovers patterns. Some figures in the cult's orbits seem transient, recent, or obscure, while others leave long, undeniable shadows across history. One undead figure, in particular, stands out as deeply persistent across the records and decades. The kind of name that refuses to fade no matter how many times the world tries to bury it. I like how it doesn't say the name at all after mentioning it.
Old, what's his name? That bastard.
Oh, so-and-so.
That bastard.
I'm pretty sure it was the skeleton that was at the Feast of Fools, specifically. That was
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
I forgot his name though, but
it was. Did I even have a
Bonesy Senior there?
Bonesy Senior? It was something flowery. I remember that. It was like petals, something, or something petals, vibrant petals.
Yeah, same thing.
Excuse me. Okay. Meanwhile, Wander remains. Excuse me, 1 second.
Bless you.
Out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Wander remains locked in onto the question that had been haunting him ever since the party's life stopped behaving like a normal life. Wander has not had a normal life since he...
What is a normal life?
Yes.
What is Luna, truly? Is she the absolute source of night? The guardian empowered by the domain, or something more complicated? An immortal being tied to forces that existed before any pony gave them names? Wander's research doesn't give him any clear answers. The Arcanum's material on alicorns is maddeningly scarce or contradictory.
Yeah, like I'm certain that a bunch of scholars have definitely figured out a conclusive answer to this question with no further study or. What is the nature of God?
What's God meet with the starship? Let's see. Wander's research doesn't give him any clear answers. The Arcanum's material on alicorns is maddeningly scarce or contradictory, and what little exists fractures into competing models. Alicorns as embodiments of their domains, fully empowered by them, or alicorns as the anchors that empower those domains into stability. None of this is satisfying as Wander needs it to be, so he pivots. If direct answers about Luna aren't available, then the next best path is indirect truth. Planar history, dimensional anomalies, outsider contact, and the entities that meddle across boundaries. Guidance initially helps competently, to his own surprise. One sec.
Those are safe topics, child.
I mean, he has a little bit of experience in those things.
Yeah.
But obviously, the best way to figure out how gods work is to become one.
Stoltman doesn't know if he likes this.
And then you like go to Celestia and Luna and like, so how does this whole thing work? And they're like,
Let's see. Guidance prowls the shelves and pulls relevant texts with dry precision of some honey who doesn't want to admit he's good at something academic.
Not a nerd.
Not a nerd, he said, coming from a family of academics.
And then Guidance gets distracted. Because the archives, in their infinite seriousness, also preserve a section of children's stories, folklore, and fables archived in cultural artifacts. I mean, literally, they are cultural. Buried in these stories is something unexpectedly relevant. Repeated motifs featuring repeating motives. I need to take a break.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Repeated motifs, painted bats, fireflies, and black cats as Luna's favored servants and signs. It's not rigorous scholarship, but it strikes something in Wanderer all the same, because Welara, even folktales, sometimes hide true bones beneath the sugar. What the fuck?
He needs to stop trying to do that.
It's just making up expressions, like, yeah, whatever.
No, it's totally a real expression.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's an obscure expression somewhere, but certainly not here. Wanderer's planar dive finally yields something with real weight, a treatise on angels and demons. So it mixed Guidance and Wanderer up here. Guidance is the one who pulled the children books down. Meanwhile, Wanderer, planar dive yields something with real weight, a treatise on angels and demons, authored by Grimoire himself. The text is blunt in a way that only first circle wizards can be blunt. And here on it explains that angels are not alicorns. They were never created by the sisters. They are outsiders and manifestations of the elemental plane of good and light, shaped partially by mortal expectation, like many of the beings beyond the mortal plane. Let's see. The most striking point of this turn, right? It's just explaining angels because I had to fucking explain what angels are to it in the setting. multiple
It's
times.
important. It remains important.
It does remain important. Angels are described as boundlessly compassionate, the kind of beings that would accept their own destruction to spare a single innocent life. It shifts Wander's thinking immediately, because if angels are not bound to Equus the way the sisters are, they might know things. They might understand boundaries, and they might even help the party navigate whatever outside has been brushing against their lives. That thought becomes...
Hey guys, we keep having problems that come from things outside. Maybe we could get some backup.
Wander begins researching summoning rituals. Not spells, rituals. Processes that can be formed deliberately, carefully, and with structure. Like a spell. He doesn't...
Like a spell.
He doesn't try to perform anything in the archives, and absolutely does not have permission to. But he becomes fully absorbed in building the framework, circles, requirements, conditions, safety procedures, offerings, and what kind of relationship an outsider entity would expect from mortals reckless enough to call it down. This doesn't go unnoticed. The group realizes with rising alarm that Wander has spent a suspicious amount of time in the summoning section of the archives. Celeste questions him directly because Celeste has seen what summoning looks like when it goes wrong. I think the entire party has seen that.
Yeah.
Aurora, more cautious than he pretends to be.
What?
Does he ever not pretend to be? Agrees to help only
I
if...
think he might just be cautious.
Agrees to help only if Wander promises to show his notes before even ever attempting anything. Ashley's reaction is typical Ashley, half joking, half deadly serious, and phrased like a warning disguised as banter. I mean, yeah, I think that's how that went down. He pushes the point that some things should be done outside, far away from priceless books, fragile permissions, and consequences that can't be punched.
Don't Hoof hates those kind of consequences.
I want to punch the consequences.
No consequences.
There are so many consequences in this one. What are you talking about?
Wander, bright-eyed and earnest, explains himself. He wants an angel, not as a weapon, but as a guide, something that might offer clarity, context, and or direction when the party's problems stop being local. I do like its phrasing of local. And Celeste, after thinking it through, can't dismiss it. So the group makes a decision that turns the rest this from Library Day to Milestone Day. They help him. Celeste and Aurora both sacrifice some of their own research bandwidth to contribute. Guidance returns to assisting as well, as at least once he stops fuming about being treated like a movable object by everyone in his life. I wonder why.
It should be noted that, yes, Celeste and Aurora were in fact concerned and were going to make sure that Wander was doing it right, but they were also children in the candy store who were like, oh yes, shit, I gotta get into this.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It's not every day you get to author your own ritual summoning, you know?
Right?
That's where's that line?
Hmm?
I can go back up to the strip mining line.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason I really like how it said that.
It's pretty good.
Very accurate.
Sometimes GPD does that. Celeste and Aurora both, let's see. Together, the party's combined study begins to enmesh. Not by convenience, but as direct consequence of collaborative research. Threads of planes, religion, arcana, and summoning geometry braiding into one coherent structure. By the time the last checks are done, the result is they have formed the basic shape of a ritual to summon an angel. Not a general call, not a random maybe something answers. A ritual designed to call one specific angel, the kind of thing that implies commitment and relationship rather than impulse and force. The framework also has one major constraint. It will require 3 participants at the time of use, meaning it is, by design, something the party must do together. This revelation ends the day with a strange blend of triumph and dread. Celeste openly admits that she hopes they'll never have to use it. Aurora, ever the pragmatist, immediately points out the obvious flaw. The ritual has never been tested. It's still a theory. I mean... And Wander, being Wander, immediately wonders what kind of offering an angel would even appreciate, earnestly musing on whether hugs count as proper tribute. I do remember that. Alongside the summoning breakthrough, Aurora quietly completes another critical line of research, the Dreamer's dream world magic. He traces the conceptual foundation back to its origin, discovering that much of the useful supporting work was penned by the very unicorn who invented the dream world approach in the first place. Aurora gains a strong theoretical understanding of what is being done and what might be improved. But he also realizes the ethical trap. If the dreamers are sustained too well inside their dream world, it might become easier, safer even, for them simply to never leave. The Archives day ends the way all Arcanum days end, with the doors closing, the schedules asserting themselves, and the party being escorted back to whether they feel, or whether... The party's escorted out.
You don't gotta go home, but you gotta get out.
Celeste, stubborn
No,
to
you
record.
can't take the books with you. Oh.
It's not a library. Celeste, stubborn to a core, has to resist the urge to become a literal fixture in the Archives out of spite. Aurora leaves with the gnawing realization that they should have memorized the interior layout more carefully. Wander leaves with something he never expected to gain from a vacation week. A plan. A ritual, a door he might one day dare to knock on. The group decides to end the day simply. Food, rest, and quiet time to let their minds cool. Okay. Interesting phrasing. The night passes, the calendar rolls forward. And the next consequences wait just beyond the edge of the page.
Yeah, see? This one is full of consequences.
Just a bit. Which brings us to session 92, Angels in Sumfield.
Yeah, it's there's the pirate ship map, and then there's a portal that takes you into the pirate ship, into its galley, and the spirit line is up together. And it's going to let you carry the lock.
1 second. This session opens with the party walking into the reality that their extended study has left them with something potentially world-shifting. A formal summoning ritual designed to call a specific angel, always the same one, into the world. I mean, that's not exactly world-shattering, but it's important for this group, especially.
Yeah, people have summoned angels before. What the fuck are they talking about?
Right? I mean, the fact that you learned the symbols to summon this particular angel kind of implies that maybe this one has done it before.
A little bit.
Let's see. The dreamers remain in the hotel room, displaced and waiting, and the party's promise to find them somewhere safe has become a looming obligation. Rather than delay, the party chooses to act immediately. They gather the dreamers, secure transport, and set off west of Bridalshire with Hill and Dale's reliable coach service. During the trip, the tone is unusually gentle for Dawn Company standards. No ambush, no bleeding urgency, just strangest of being a band of hardened problem solvers, temporarily doing something as simple as helping 3 ponies move house. Simple? You literally... on this ride, Celeste begins something even rarer than peace. She starts teaching Wander to read.
I feel like starts to, that was a while ago.
Yeah, she
We just
continues.
resumed lessons.
Yeah,
If for gore.
well, yeah, I'm not sure it ever knew. Let's see.
Probably not.
It's slow, awkward, and faintly miraculous. Wander's struggle isn't just unfamiliarity. It's as if the very conceptual scaffolding of written language has always slipped away from him. Kind of accurate. But this time something clicks. Not mastery or fluency, but a genuine foothold. What? Why would it ever assume fluency or mastery over grade school lessons? By the end of the trip, Wander has learned the alphabet. It's a small victory, but feels larger than it should, especially given how much this campaign has proved the small victories are often what keep the party intact.
I think it was a critical success.
Yes, it was. I think it was like, because it was a critical success is really the only reason it took.
He finally knows his ABCs. Truly, this is the greatest accomplishment that we have wrought on Welara.
The day before, Wander drawing out fully realized conceptual spell circles. The day after, he learns his ABCs.
Whatever, he's an intuitive spellcaster. It's just...
As Bridalshire comes into view, the town is lit with festival decorations, lanterns strung and glowing, a reminder that life continues even when the rest of Welara insists on going wrong. This is no longer the vulnerable village that the party remembers. Bridalshire is now walled and fortified, growing into a place that can survive the kind of attention Dawn Company inevitably brings. Julia is waiting outside the inn with the expression of somebody who knows the party's patterns too well to be surprised anymore. There's warmth in her greeting, the kind that says she's genuinely glad they're alive, but also that says she knows they've brought something with them. Wander immediately barrels into reunion mode, attempting a hug while still holding his stack of books, creating the usual chaotic party energy as items fly, ponies scramble, and Julia catches the impact of Dawn Company returning to town like it's a weather system she's learned to predict. Okay, more or less just said the same thing with different words. The dreamers emerge from the coach like frightened ghosts in robes. Quietly overwhelmed by the noise, the light, and the sheer density of strangers. They're polite, but visibly on edge. The tavern, the crowds, even the kindness feels like too much at once. Inside Raspberry Wine's Tavern, the town's stability grows more tangible. The place is bustling with both locals and newer Dawn Company members. Familiar faces anchor the room. Everbright stands quietly at the bar. Guy sits with a drink. Excuse me. Present in the background like a signpost that the party's old connections haven't disappeared, they simply settled. The party explains the dreamer's situation in broad strokes. The dream enchantment crashed the sheer psychological toll.
Sorry.
All right.
Roommate was saying goodnight.
All right. The party explains the dreamer's situation in broad strokes. The dream enchantment crash the sheer psychological toll of trying to survive by escaping reality. Julia listens carefully, her assessment sharp but not unkind. She has the demeanor of somebody who has handled dangerous strangers before. She knows that harmless and safe to integrate are not the same thing. The party's immediate goal is simple. Find the dreamers a place to stay that isn't a hotel room, isn't the forest, and isn't a situation where they'll be constantly bothered by curious townfolk. Aurora proposes building them a home outright, and once the idea exists, it becomes inevitable. Predicted. Julia can't stay long. She has administrative work to handle because overseeing Dawn Company's operations is a sort of job that never actually stops. but she agrees to help the party research for land the next morning. The dreamers, in quiet and careful words, request a location outside of town, somewhere near enough to access supplies, but far enough to be left alone. That night passes peacefully. For a group accustomed to waking up to catastrophe, the quiet feels strange. It keeps calling it out.
Mm-hmm.
We're allowed to
I think
have
it might be
someday.
implying something about us.
It might be onto you.
This article written by Stonehoof.
On Monday morning, Julia arrives with the youngsters under her care and a cart ready to assist the practical work of relocation. The group spreads out to search the countryside around Bridalshire, testing potential locations, wooded copses, creekside clearings, spots near old caves, and open spaces that offer both privacy and access to water. The dreamers gravitate toward a wooded area near a creek, a place that feels close enough to nature to be soothing, but not so deep in wilderness that it feels like exile, even though that's pretty much explicitly what they want. Aurora begins construction. I feel like it needs to be pointed out, Aurora begins construction by basically summoning the basics of construction.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm done.
This becomes a full montage of effort that somehow still feels grounded in warmth. What? Children scatter to gather materials. Celeste shifts and lifts heavy logs with practice, strength, and magic. Guidance assists with moving the impossible amounts of wood, and Ashley plays music to keep the momentum alive. And Wander cheers.
Yeah! I'm helping!
Moral center of the group. It's not the most mechanically useful contribution, but emotionally on brand. Wander is the one who makes the work feel like something more than labor. Like, this is the party building a future instead of just cleaning up damage.
I'm the heart of the party.
Heart of the party. Aurora Aurora shapes the foundation with careful engineering, leveling the ground and laying out the structure with professionals' precision. Then comes the real miracle. Repeated fabrication and shaping magic, assembling into a coherent, livable, intentional home. The building takes form at astonishing speed. Wood becomes walls, walls become rooms, rooms becoming a place. Generally speaking, yes. A place.
I think it started as a place.
Place is italicized. Maybe rooms becoming a home would be a better way to put it.
Maybe.
By the end of the day, the dreamers have a home with a basement large enough to host their enchantment work, with real beds rather than cold stone. A truly massive library attached to a study because the dreamers' minds still orbit knowledge like gravity. Also because Celeste insisted on building a gigantic library.
Hell yeah.
A kitchen that is somehow smaller than it has any right to be, given the emphasis on books. Again, because Celeste insists on building a massive library. Communal living and dining areas meant for real life rather than survival. Generally speaking, that is how that works. Guest rooms and upstairs rooms the dreamers may not often use, but which represent the possibility of living normally again. Julia adds a final touch outside, a garden and a fence. Not as a defense, but as a visual declaration that the space is cared for. I mean, gardens aren't usually for defense, but okay.
I don't know.
It depends on how many
talking about.
spiky plants you put in them.
Yeah, but that's not a garden.
I'm pretty sure a druid could turn a garden to defense.
See. The dreamer's gratitude is raw and unpolished. They thank the party with visible emotion.
Instead of
Invisible emotion.
This isn't just a shelter, it's an escape from Kresh. from enforced closeness of shared trauma, from the exhausting effort of maintaining a false sanctuary inside a dream. I mean, they're going to go back in the dream. That is explicitly what this is for. Even staying in a real home for a little while in nature is already helping them breathe again. Aurora caps the evening with a conjured feast, turning the first night in a new house into something resembling a housewarming rather than a survival checkpoint.
And
Turning the
somewhere out in the
first
woods,
into a housewarming party. Because what you wrote is stupid, GPT. Feel bad. Once the dreamers are settled, the party circles back to the other looming thread, the angel ritual. The question becomes, what do you offer an angel? The party
What do you
wrestles.
offer the angel who knows everything?
The party wrestles with it awkwardly because gift giving is somehow more intimidating than battle plans when the recipient is a being of celestial compassion and alien perspective. Celeste's knowledge helps anchor the group with anchor the answer. Angels are not materialistic. Thought and intent matter more than wealth, and the value isn't in the object, but in the sincerity of the offering and the integrity of the request. The group ultimately frames their appeal as mutual purpose rather than transaction. They seek protection and guidance against horrors that stalk beyond mortal understanding, and they offer themselves in return as allies, as hands and hooves, as hooves that can step where the angel cannot.
No, they have hands now. No, they have hands now, Ken. Don't take away their hands.
Have a
My hands.
had a hunger that only hands could satisfy. By Tuesday, the party is ready. They choose a secluded field under a bright sun, carefully set out prisms and ritual components, and align everything with Aurora's precision and Celeste's confidence. Wander leads the ritual aloud, giving voice to the intent of the pact: protection, guidance, shared purpose, and a bond that makes them stronger together. As they chant progresses, the world changes. I feel like I should bring up the actual session log here and the
Yep.
ritual.
Yeah, let's do this one properly.
Angels and Sunfield.
Somewhere in the woods, Stonehoof goes, "Is this resting?"
So I have to point out that
Yes.
this is the event that Stonehoof was going to interfere with initially.
Yeah. Like, this doesn't seem like resting. What the hell are you doing?
And this is why I counseled against interfering. Okay.
Stonehoof sends a message back. "You sent me to watch some very unrestful ponies."
Yeah.
It is a bright and sunny day. The group has found a field easily enough. The sun is high. The wind is a gentle breeze. The clouds, small white puffs.
And kids like you should be burning.
Birds chirp in the warm sun. A cloud passes overhead just as they're about to start. You wait for it to move on by. The time is right. Wander speaks. O spirit of light and love, of power and protection, we call on your grace under brilliant sun. The breeze slows. We seek guidance and aegis amongst the horrors that stalk this world and those beyond, to protect those who cannot protect themselves, to light our way when all around is lost in darkness and woe. The clouds still. We seek to bring comfort and salvation to those in need and ask you to shield us as we shield them. The sun seems to shine more brightly. We seek a pact to help to guide one another, for each to step forth where the other cannot, to guide, to gift, to strike, to light the way, to become more than the sum of our parts. The birds have grown silent. We offer our power, our knowledge, our light, and our friendship, and ask for yours in turn. The air is filled with the sound of distant chimes, wind chimes. Answer our call and grace us with your presence. The sky is as bright as you have ever seen it. The chimes grow near. The light recedes, the wind blows, the birds sing. The world is the same, no flash, no great explosive entrance. Standing before you, a great white figure, clutching a gold and black spear, its mane and tail as molten gold. Her eyes closed, she stands facing Wander.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Wander. Let's see.
I remember writing that.
Alabaster fur and feathers, molten gold tail and mane, eyes closed forever, carrying a golden shafted spear capped in a pitch black void. Every movement carries the sound of distant wind chimes, like the wind itself has been tuned to her presence. The angel does not speak, and instead draws a symbol in the dirt. Circles within circles, an oval around all of them. A larger circle enclosing all. And then, in a moment of overwhelming silent revelation, the meaning lands in the party's minds. Event Horizon. There's her name.
Yeah. Thanks, ChatGPT, for making that sound like it happened a lot quicker than it actually.
Yeah, that one was a process.
I did not originally intend to actively tell you what it was, but you were all struggling a lot.
I think I did get it in, like, you drew it and I didn't get it from the picture. You sent the actual picture and I had guessed Event Horizon from the
yeah. The thing is, I didn't want to send an actual picture of it.
I appreciate that, but it's a rough one to guess from a sketch.
Yeah. Let's see.
I appreciate you sending the picture because, oof.
Essentially, I didn't want her to actually interact in a way that communicated anything.
Yep.
But, yeah, there were limits. Event Horizon. That is her name. Not a word chosen for beauty, but for truth. Wander greets her openly and well, terrifying beauty. Oh, let's insert the concept of a black hole into these primitive ponies that don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, there's a specific gift for this.
Oh, goody. I love when there's a specific gift for a thing.
There we go.
Yeah, gotta do it.
Let's see.
Yep.
Wander greets her openly, asking if the party can call upon her in the future as they face extraordinary need. Event Horizon acknowledges each of them in turn. She gestures to Celest, to Aurora, to Wander, measuring them in a way that feels gentle but impossibly weighty. Aurora asks what she requires in turn. Event Horizon's response is not a demand, but a gesture that feels like dismissal of the very concept. Not contempt, something more like, this is not how she thinks. And then she points the spear east, bows, and turns towards the sun. The air brightens, she vanishes. The spear remains. At first, the size of a large weapon, then shrinks I don't think it was bad, actually. I think
It
this
was
is
quite the
literally.
opposite, but
The weapon shrinks, becoming manageable, as if adjusting itself to mortal hands. Well, or what have you. The spear is warm to the touch, comfortingly so.
Your hands are back.
Its weight nearly non-existent. The black spearhead remains impossibly dark, marked with a sigil that feels older than language. The party examines in stunned disbelief, caught between awe, curiosity, and the sudden awareness that they've just been handed something holy without instructions. Celeste tests it first, telekinetically lifting it, moving it as if moving it as if it anticipates intention, twirling and striking at a phantom opponent. The spear handles with effortless grace, as if it cooperates with the wielder rather than resisting them. Aurora studies it next, already planning research, already thinking about what it means to have a weapon like this without understanding its deeper properties. Wander, despite being the ritual's leader, looks at it like a pony holding something too important to deserve. The party's brief, half-joking argument over who should keep it quickly resolved. This isn't a trophy. It's a responsibility. It needs to be carried with care and shared with trust. Wander takes possession of it, but admits the obvious problem. His gear is not designed to carry a spear, especially one that should absolutely not snag on anything. So for now, they secure it safely in Aurora's pack, keeping the spearhead far away from anything it might brush against. The party begins heading back toward the town with quiet, heavy awareness that they've just stepped into a new layer of their own story. They came here to relocate refugees and take a vacation. Instead, they built a home in a day and forced to pack with the heavens. Walked away with an angel's spear.
Don't know if that's
Yeah.
concerns.
like I still remember that session. Like I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. That had weight, and at the end of it, Wanda was like, "We did not do enough research."
So-
We were not ready for that.
For a little bit of context, when the angel was first summoned, they tried to speak with it, not realizing that angels do not speak at all. Let's see how.
Very obvious.
Maar je hebt een hand that speaks. She's an angel.
Yeah, okay. I mean, they are technically the same species.
It's true. Let's see. I'll pull it up here. The angel takes one step
Wonder
towards.
just got a broken one. It's fine.
Someone set this angel to mute.
You know what subtitles?
Let me see. I'll pull it up here. The angel takes one step towards Wander and bows. The sound of wind chimes again, ever present with every movement of the angel. Not saying a word, it stands. It gestures vaguely to Wander. The creature tilts its head from one side to the other. Wanderlust asks if it has a name. The angel seems to consider, looks to the sky, to the distance, to the ground. She tilts her head and raises her spear, gently flowing lines in the dirt. She is drawing something. It is difficult to understand at a glance. You see two circles. Yeah. Let's see. Where was it? I think somebody realized too late that they don't actually speak.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the whole group, honestly, because they figured they'd just speak to it directly. I guess they did. All right. That brings us to session 93. It is now 5 o'clock in the morning. Do we wish to put it up here?
That's probably not a bad idea. I think we're now close enough that one more session clinches it out.
Yeah. It's,
Right?
I think we should be able to.
It might be an extended one, if only because of certain things that happen in the later sessions. But yeah, I am perfectly okay with putting it up here. I feel like the end of the session where you summon the angel is a pretty good one to end on. And
She gave us her toothpick.
do not use the angelic spear as a toothpick.
Not twice, anyway.
Yeah, that will
I
put
don't
us.
think you would get a second.
That would leave 11 sessions to go for the next recap, if we want to try to push all the way to the end. Some of those are pretty hefty sessions, but I think we could do it that way. And if not, we can still push it into like 2 additional ones. Either way, we're in striking distance of being done with the recaps.
Yay.
I just looked at the thing written down for Stonehoof. Hidden, observing the party, and weighing, intervening with every single act they take. Why are you not resting? What are you doing?
Oh, whoops.
Babysitter
Do not
instincts activated.
Interrupt. I genuinely have no idea what I would have done if someone had come in the middle of that and just interrupted the entire process.
Objection.
Well, it probably would have been like, what? What?
A fight would have been broken out.
Almost.
A body has been discovered.
Okay. All right, so is there anything anyone would like to add at this point?
Hmm.
Not really.
No, I think that's a fairly.
All right.
I was already pretty tired when we started.
I figured.
I was aware.
I know the feeling.
What else?
So, in that case, we'll put it up here. And hopefully in 2 weeks, at about the same time, unless someone has something they need to do or, you know, we need to push it back. And if you do, let me know. We will continue with the next recap. If that ends the recaps, then I will start drafting up then we'll try to start figuring out what the party would like to do moving on into the campaign. Because that was the entire point of these recaps.
Yep.
Well, that and catching up everybody to remind
Well,
them.
no, I think at that point we're going to have to do a recap of the recap because it's.
Honestly. Watch party of these 7+ hour.
Yeah, sure. Let's get on it.
I actually did make recaps of the recaps with GPT, but it's like, yeah.
No. What's the name for that thing where the chatbots feed into themselves and the slop just becomes sloppier and.
Is it recursive something?
Yeah, probably. It sounds recursive.
I was going to say Aurora Boar.
Recursing the day that you met this fucking program.
What's that?
I said recursing the day that you met this fucking program.
Hey, I get it. And I do want to point out, since most of the group is here, in about a month's time, I'm going to try to get Jazz Junk run.
Ooh.
So just be aware of that at around, I think the 20 was it 25th I mentioned to you?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
To Zane specifically?
It was something like that.
Yeah.
You say to Zane, who is tired, so tired right now.
I don't understand.
I know.
Blind leading the blind.
But yes, if we wrap up next time, we'll try to figure out where we're going for the next in the campaign. We'll probably have a review session to do that. Like, we're not going to like have you on the spot trying to figure out where you're going next, and also to just to review in general.
The Ramley review.
18th, tentatively the 18th. Was it?
Wherever Celeste goes, I'll follow.
Yeah, it would be the 18th. Okay. Because yeah, because the 25th would be the off week for us, I think. Yeah, that makes more sense. Does it? Yes, it does. Okay. It's enough. I'm cutting recording here.
I believe in you.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Take care.
Night.
See you next time.